Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 3 of Pwn2Own 2021. I am Dustin Childs, Communications Director for the Zero Day Initiative, CDI. We are hosting Pwn2Own as we do every year. We've got some exciting events for you today. Excuse me, and in Austin, quite a bit of pollen, which is why I have the pollen and not the plague. I'll be all right. Get through this together. We've got some really exciting stuff to do today. We've already seen some amazing work through the first 2 days of the contest. We've awarded more than $1 million over the first 2 days. That's right, over $1 million awarded to researchers around the world. It's great. Our budget director is a little verklempt, but they're off. I've sequestered them. They're doing fine. They'll get through it. But we've got 8 more attempts today. We start at 9 a.m. Eastern with Benjamin McBride from L3 Harris Trenchant. He'll be targeting the Parallels desktop in the virtualization category. What am I looking at on my phone? Well, I'm looking at the blog. The blog is going to be updated with live results throughout the day. So check out zerodayinitiative.com/blog, and you'll see that. So you can follow us along there. Obviously, you know where to get the streaming because you're here. So awesome. Stay with us as we stream. We've got some real special content today as we stream throughout the day. In addition to the live events, which you'll see starting at 9 o'clock, we've got a Hacker Hall of Fame roundtable, kind of similar to what we did yesterday with the Marked Out video. We got some really interesting people lined up. I won't give it away. Maybe it's Chris Valasek, maybe it's not. Maybe some other people really talking about tools and techniques. And there's a lot of knowledge gathered around a table discussing hacking and research, and it's a really great discussion. I can't wait to watch it myself. I haven't even seen all of it yet, but I'm excited. We also have interviews with some more of our sponsors, VMware, as well as some of the other contestants, participants. And maybe I'll find that budget guy and see what he thinks about the whole thing. But anyway, we've got some really great research lined up today. We're going to have a lot of fun. I think we've got Parallels Desktop, we've got Windows, we've got Ubuntu, we've got another Exchange attempt to go through. So we have some really hard-hitting research today that's going to be really entertaining to watch. It's going to be a lot of fun. So stick around, stay tuned. Our first attempt is at 9 o'clock. I'll be back then to tell you more about it, and we'll see it happen live. So stay tuned. We'll see you then.
The Zero Day Initiative is the world's largest vendor-agnostic bug bounty program. Created to encourage the reporting of zero-day vulnerabilities privately to vendors by rewarding security researchers, ZDI is a unique program. It incorporates the global community of independent researchers, augmenting our own internal research organization with additional zero-day vulnerability research and exploit intelligence. ZDI is also a top supplier of bug reports to Microsoft, Adobe, and ICS CERT. Bug reports submitted to the program are first verified by our own Trend Micro researchers. We don't publish any technical details concerning the vulnerability. However, once we confirm it, Trend Micro Research creates protection, enabling our customers to mitigate attempts at its abuse. The bug report is also shared with the affected vendor, who has 120 days to produce a security patch to correct the issue. Once the vendor's patch is released, we publish our own advisory with additional details. Our disclosure policy ensures bugs will not be swept under the rug by the vendor. On top of that, as more and more bugs are reported, bonuses and top-up awards increase through a loyalty program similar to frequent flyer miles. Researchers are publicly credited for their work, both by the vendor and by ZDI, unless they choose to remain anonymous. The bounty program and research conducted by ZDI ultimately leads to more secure products, improved customer security, and takes potential weapons out of the hands of would-be attackers. Our annual Pwn2Own hacking competition has resulted in defense-in-depth improvements such as stronger sandboxes, reduced attack surfaces, and vulnerability-specific mitigations in popular web browsers. Without ZDI, many vulnerabilities would continue to remain hidden or be sold on the black market to be used for nefarious purposes. The Zero Day Initiative is a key component in Trend Micro's world-leading insight into vulnerability and exploit intelligence. Trend Micro customers receive protection ahead of a vendor patch to aid in their defense until a fix is available. On average, over 2 months before the vendor issues a patch. That's if the vendor issues a patch at all. ZDI combines its mature bug bounty processes with modern thinking to deliver cutting-edge research and value to the researcher and practitioner communities alike. The work done by the Zero Day Initiative makes the digital world safer for everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 3 of Pwn2Own 2021. We are ready for our first attempt. Before we get to that, I forgot to mention one very important thing. Master of Pwn. That's the overall winner of the contest, and we're keeping points for every successful score, adding them up. Whoever has the most points at the end of today, we get the jacket, we get the trophy, which is amazing. And also you get instant platinum status as a ZDI submitter, which is 65,000 points, and that's a pretty cool thing to have too. So, in addition to everything else, we're still keeping track of that. Follow us on Twitter. I'll be tweeting out the scoreboard, see where we stand throughout the day. But first, let's get to our first contestant of the day, and that is Benjamin McBride of L3 Harris Trenchant. He will be targeting the Parallels desktop in the virtualization category. We saw virtualization fall a couple times yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see if any of the attempts today have collisions or if there are different bugs. So here we go, starting with that. Without further ado, I will turn it over to Abdul and our friends north of the border, and they will take us through today's attempt. Abdul, over to you.
Okay. Cool. All right, Ben, what should we expect out of this exploit once basically I run it?
So this exploit should run relatively quickly. After Abdul hits enter, we should see text edit open on the host with pwned as the message.
Alrighty, exciting. Kevin, can you please start the timer? 3, 2, 1. Let's do it. Oh, wow. This was very quick. I thought you were trolling me. I thought it was going to take a little bit more time, but yeah, good job.
Nicely done.
Thank you very much.
So congratulations to Ben. That's awesome. Real quick, no fuss, no muss, no coconuts at all. That's straight to it. That's great. So now we go off to the disclosure room. If you remember how this works, we have a successful demonstration, and that's a great start. But now we have to go off to the disclosure room and talk about all the details. Ben will provide these, and we'll go through them, make sure it's a 0 day. We're a 0 day contest, so it has to be true 0 day. If confirmed, though, that's worth $40,000 and 4 points towards Master of Pwn. And it's a great way to kick off day 3. Again, stay tuned. Coming up here in just a little bit, I'll be talking with VMware and getting their thoughts about the contest and what they do to engage the security research community as well. So stick around for that. Monty and I have a great chat. That'll be here just a few minutes. Follow us on Twitter, twitter.com/ZDI. That's us. And I'll be tweeting at the exact time. So until then, our next attempt, let me check the blog. I think it's at 10:30. Could be 10. Our next attempt is at 10. Stephen Seeley, a former Master of Pwn winner from Pwn2Own Miami. I believe Ben was a former Pwn2Own Miami participant as well. Stephen Seeley of Source Insight will be targeting Exchange in the server category. We've already seen 2 Exchange attacks. The first one was very successful. The second one was also very successful. Just happened to have some bugs that used in the first one. So a partial win. We'll see what Stephen Seeley has provided for us. He knows a lot about Exchange. If you look at Microsoft bulletins, he's credited in a lot of Exchange bulletins. So it'll be really interesting to see what he brings to the contest. That's it. 10 a.m. Eastern. We'll be back then with all the fun. See you then. Hello everyone, and welcome to Pwn2Own Miami for 2020. This is our first year of the event, and we've brought the world's most elite hacking contest to the ICS and SCADA community. We're here at the S4 conference in Fillmore, here in Miami Beach, Florida. We've seen some amazing research. Let's go take a look. Our day began with the Insight team of Stephen Seeley and Chris Anastasio targeting the Triangle Microworks SCADA data gateway. They were able to get a DOS through a stack-based buffer overflow. They earned themselves $5,000 and 5 points towards Master of Pwn. Next up, the Clarity research crew used a deserialization bug to cause a denial of service in the Iconics Genesis 64. This also earned them $5,000 and 5 points towards Master of Pwn. The Insight team of Stephen Seeley and Chris Anastasio returned, this time attempting a remote code execution against the Rockwell Automation FactoryTalk View SE. They were able to get their code execution to work, however this was only a partial win because the bug had been previously reported. Fabius Artrell made his debut in Pwn2Own, also targeting the Rockwell Automation FactoryTalk View SE. He was also able to demonstrate code execution, however again it was a partial win as the bug had been previously reported. While these partial wins don't count as full wins, they are great research and we hope to see more from both in the future. Tobias Charnowski, Nicholas Breitfield, and Ali Abbasi were the next to target the Rockwell Automation FactoryTalk View SE. They were able to get their code execution working, and it was a full win. They used an out-of-bounds access to gain code execution. This earned them $25,000 and 25 points towards Master of Pwn. The flashback team of Pedro Ribeiro and Radek Domansky targeted the Iconics Genesis 64 in the control server category. They were able to use 2 bugs to get a system-level remote shell on the target server. This earned them $25,000 and 25 points towards Master of Pwn. Tobias returned, this time targeting the Iconics Genesis 64. He earned himself another win by using an OOB access bug to get code execution. This earned them another $25,000 and 25 more points towards Master of Pwn. That brings their day 1 total to $50,000 and 50 points in Master of Pwn. Our final entry of the day saw the flashback team of Pedro and Radek return, this time targeting the inductive automation ignition in the control server category. They used an information leak and an unsafe deserialization bug to get code execution on the product. Their final effort for day 1 earns them another $25,000 and 25 more Master of Pwn points. Day 1 wraps up with us awarding $110,000 for 8 bugs and more than 75 points towards Master of Pwn. We saw some great research today, and tomorrow looks like it's going to be even better. Our day 2 began with the Insight team of Stephen Seeley and Chris Anastasio targeting the inductive automation ignition. They were able to get code execution through an information leak and a deserialization bug. This earned them $25,000 and 25 points towards Master of Pwn. Next up, the team from Clarity researched used an arbitrary DLL loading bug along with a directory traversal bug to get code execution on the Schneider Electric EcoStruxure Operator Terminal Expert. This earned them $20,000 and 20 Master of Pwn points. The flashback team of Pedro Ribeiro and Radek Domansky were up next. They were targeting the Rockwell Automation FactoryTalk View SE in the HMI category. They actually used a multi-bug chain to get their code execution along with continuation on the target. This earned them $25,000 and 25 more Master of Pwn points. Our next competitors were Tobias Charnowski, Nicholas Breitfield, and Ali Abbasi, targeting the inductive automation ignition in the control server category. They were able to successfully demonstrate code execution, however the bug they used had been previously reported. This counts as a partial win, but it did earn them 12.5 Master of Pwn points. The crew from the Clarity research team returned, this time targeting the inductive automation ignition in the control server category. They got their code execution working and quickly, however they also used a bug that had previously been reported. Again, this counts as a partial win and earns him 12.5 Master of Pwn points. The Insight team returned for the afternoon session, this time targeting the Schneider Electric EcoStruxure Operator Terminal Expert. Unfortunately, they could not get their exploit working within the time allotted. Making his Pwn2Own debut, Ben McBride of Oak Ridge National Laboratory set about targeting an information disclosure bug on the Iconics Genesis 64. Unfortunately, Ben was not able to get his bug working within the allotted time frame. Ben returned to close out day 2 with a successful demonstration against the Rockwell Automation Factory TalkView SE. However, the bug he used had been previously reported. He still earns 12.5 points towards Master of Pwn and demonstrated some great research. We certainly expect great things from him in the future. So that wraps up day 2. We've awarded more than $180,000 total and more than 200 Master of Pwn points. Currently, the Flashback team is in the lead with 75 points. Following that, Tobias Yarnowski, Nicholas Breitfield, and Ali Abbasi have 62.5 points. The Insight team has 42.5 points. The Clarity Research team has 37.5 points. Fabius Artrell and Ben McBride both have 12.5 points. At this point, Master of Pwn is pretty much anyone's game, because we have a lot of demonstrations set for day 3. Be sure to come back tomorrow for the final day of Pwn2Own Miami for 2020 and see who gets crowned Master of Pwn. Welcome back to Pwn2Own Miami for 2020. We're entering our third and final day, and we've got a whole slate of amazing research to discover. The day began with quite a bit of drama, as Stephen Seeley and Chris Anastasio of the Insight team took all but 4 seconds off the clock to get their code execution working on the Rockwell Automation Studio 5000. This heart-racing demonstration earned them $20,000 and 20 points towards Master of Pwn, and it certainly had everyone in the room sweating. Next up, the team from Clarity Research targeted a DOS exploit against the Triangle Microworks SCADA Data Gateway in the DNP3 category. They were able to successfully demonstrate their denial of service. However, the bug had been previously reported. This counts as a partial win and earned them 2.5 Master of Pwn points. In his first Pwn2Own entry, Michael Stepankin of Veracode targeted the inductive automation ignition in the control server category. He was able to successfully demonstrate his code execution, but his bug had also been previously reported. This partial win did get him 12.5 Master of Pwn points. The Insight team returned, this time with a little bit less drama. They were targeting the OPC Foundation OPC UA.NET Standard framework and were able to successfully create a denial of service condition. They earned themselves $5,000 and 5 points towards Master of Pwn. Those 5 points ended up being pretty important down the road. They came right back, this time targeting the Iconics Genesis 64 in the control server category. They used a deserialization bug to get code execution with continuation. That's another $25,000 and 25 points towards Master of Pwn. That put them in a commanding lead for Master of Pwn with an astonishing 92.5 points in total. Clarity Research team also wasn't done. They came back to use a combination of bugs to get code execution with continuation on the Rockwell Automation Factory TalkView SE. This earned them another $25,000 and 25 points towards Master of Pwn. Next up, Tobias Yarnowski, Nicholas Breitfield, and Ali Abbasi came back to target the Triangle Microworks SCADA Data Gateway in the DNP3 category. They were successful in getting their code execution with continuation, and this earned them $25,000 and 25 points towards Master of Pwn. That puts their total at 87.5 points. Ben McBride of the Oak Ridge National Laboratory returned to target the inductive automation ignition and the control server category. He was able to demonstrate his code execution, but his bug had previously been reported. He still earns 12.5 points towards Master of Pwn for this partial win. Our final entry of the entire contest was actually a Pwn2Own newcomer. Lucas Georges of Synactive took the stage to close out the contest by targeting the Rockwell Automation Factory TalkView SE in the HMI category. He was able to demonstrate his code execution, but his bug had been previously reported. He earns 12.5 Master of Pwn points for this partial win. That brings to a close our first ever Pwn2Own Miami for 2020. Recapping the Master of Pwn points, Lucas Georges, Michael Stepankin, and Fabius Artrell each had 12.5. Ben McBride finished with 25 points. The Clarity Research team had 65 points. The Flashback team of Pedro Ribeiro and Radek Lomansky finished with 75 points. In second place, Tobias Shonarski, Nicholas Breitfield, and Ali Abbasi had 87.5 points. And the Master of Pwn winner for the first ever Pwn2Own Miami goes to the Insight team of Stephen Seeley and Chris Anastasio with 92.5 points. Just 5 points separated the first and second place entries in the Master of Pwn competition. What a contest! Let's hear from the contestants themselves, what they thought about the contest, and some tips for future participants.
First one is don't be afraid. There are a lot of people I know congratulating me for participating, and I know these people very well. I know they're very skilled, some even more skilled than me. And I asked them, why you don't go? And they find all kinds of excuses.
You shouldn't be too afraid of the complexity. Just put in, be persistent, and you will have some emotional roller coasters. We sure had with some of the exploits. We had to get very crafty in some places to actually get it, and I was very close to like dropping one of the exploits, for example. But then I was very happy about having a solution for that.
Always be prepared for bug collisions. If you can have like multiple bugs, definitely try to achieve that.
Don't feel defeated. Just keep trying. You just gotta build it up. You cannot reach here and get Master of Pwn. You gotta build it up slowly.
Don't give up. Definitely read as much of other people's work as you can. I love that ZDI has the blog post for select exploits that they let out. There's always a ton of good info in there.
That brings to a close our first ever Pwn2Own Miami. It's been an amazing contest full of some amazing research. We want to thank all of the contestants, we want to thank our host, the S4 Conference, and of course we want to thank all the vendors that participated. We'll see you in Canada in March for Pwn2Own Vancouver.
Hi, I'm Monty Aarseman, a staff program manager at VMware. So my role is that of a program manager in VMware Security Response Center. And that's where we have organized the security response activities for VMware. So where we receive the reports that go to security@vmware.com, we talk to the researchers that find the issues, then we talk to our developers, and that's so they understand what the issue is. First, of course, we try to reproduce the issue. We have security engineers in our team. And then at the end, of course, we do disclosure, and we make sure that the reporter knows what's going on, and also that customers know how they can protect themselves. And this VMware Security Response Center is part of a bigger organization in VMware called Product Security, where we do all the other product security work as well. So the proactive security work before products go out of the door.
Okay, great. That's fantastic. What are your thoughts on the Pwn2Own competition?
It's a great event. And I think we enjoy being part of it. It really shows that security issues are present in products and services, and it's across the board, right? There are many different types of products and services that are nowadays part of Pwn2Own and are targeted and have shown to be vulnerable to issues. And it also kind of helps organize that ecosystem of security researchers, right? It helps to create that community. It helps to create the interaction with that community and vendors. And the rules are fairly strict. So there's a very well organized protocol how we interact with each other. And it seems to work well, where researchers get rewarded for their findings and the vendors receive the information about the issues.
I assume you've had a chance to take a look at the targets for this year's contest. Are there any targets that particularly stand out to you this year?
So I look at the targets, and then the new one is the collaboration software. And of course, it's the year of Zoom and also a little bit of Teams. Yeah. And yeah, it's great that you guys have added that category and that Zoom will be scrutinized. And issues in Zoom will be very personal, I think, because they could take over your Zoom session, right? Or they could get data from your laptop or your PC. So it becomes very personal, those security issues. It's no longer your company, but it's your own data and your own Zoom session that may be affected. So yeah, that could be very very interesting to see what's going to happen there.
Yes, and of course, we're recording this on a Zoom call right now. So just kind of as an example of real world scenarios.
Yeah, so far so good. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know who's listening with us.
Hopefully we'll find out. Is that particular category something you hope, or is there another target or category that you're kind of hoping to see exploited in this year's contest?
Well, of course, we are in the virtualization category. So we're closely looking at that, and we are there with our peer vendors. But really, security issues are present in all kinds of applications and apps. So it would be great if each category gets attention by the researchers, and that they were able to show their findings.
Great, yeah, that's what we're hoping for too, certainly. And right now, it looks like it's going to be a big show, so I think that's something we can count on. Mm-hmm. So VMware is a partner with the Zero Day Initiative for Pwn2Own this year, has been for several years. Thank you for that. Why did VMware decide to partner with ZDI for Pwn2Own?
Yeah, I think this is the third year or fourth year even that we are a sponsor, an official sponsor. And we think Pwn2Own is doing great work here, and I think ZDI is doing great work here. Organizing that community of security researchers and making sure there is a good communication protocol between the security researchers and the vendors. So we want to support that effort. So we decided to be a sponsor again this year.
That's great. How does VMware benefit from the Pwn2Own contest?
So of course, being in a hacking contest can be a bit of a nerve-wracking event.
Yes.
And that's that's just part of the show. But we benefit in multiple ways. Of course, if something is found in our products, we have the opportunity to fix it, to test the fix, and then disclose the issue. Also, it will show where hackers are looking at and what kind of new ways they are deploying to find security issues. What are their new techniques, and which areas they find interesting. And then, of course, we will look at the function that had a problem and scrutinize that part of the product further to see if there are any adjacent problems that we can find. So that's we do think we benefit from the event.
Well, we're in agreement with that, so I'm glad you think so as well. So besides Pwn2Own, I know that's not the only thing that VMware does to engage researchers. What are some other things that VMware is doing to engage the security research community?
We have, of course, our traditional way of reaching the community is through our security alias, security@vmware.com. That's where we monitor for incoming reports, and we will collaborate with security researchers that submit a report, and we talk with them on the findings. The other thing is we have an annual security conference called MooseCon, which is an in-house conference with an
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the final day of Pwn2Own 2021. I am Dustin Childs, Communications Manager with the Zero Day Initiative. Coming up next is we've got our final attempt on Microsoft Exchange Server from Stephen Seeley. He is going to attempt to get code execution. He's a former Pwn2Own winner, Master of Pwn at Pwn2Own Miami 2020. Way back in the days. That's when we could actually get together, high five and stuff. But I expect to see some really cool research. He's done a lot of work on Exchange, and I'm looking forward to it. So let's get right to it. Abdul, I'll toss it over to you. Abdul's going to be in his house of Canada running. Go ahead, Abdul.
Our third Exchange attempt. Kevin, can you just show the screen so we can show the web application, OA? All right. So you can stop sharing now, Kevin. Basically, Steven, what should we expect once we run the exploit?
It should be popping some MS Paints and hopefully a reverse shell if everything goes well.
Okay, MS Paint, it's a little bit of a change, which is nice. All right, Kevin, can you start the timer, please? 3, 2, 1, go.
So traditionally, researchers will pop calc. I think it's a nice touch to pop paint instead. So again, it happened so fast in the first attempt. We have 5 minutes. I didn't get a chance to remind you. 5-minute attempts, 3 5-minute attempts within a 20-minute window. That constitutes 1 Pwn2Own entry. So we are within the first minute of the first 5-minute attempt for this one.
How long should this take, Stephen?
It's not started yet. It's not started yet. Well, why it's stuck? Should I rerun this one?
Hold on. Can you mute us, Kevin?
Okay, well, they go on mute. They're going to check, make sure everything is set up the way it should be. As we saw yesterday, the attacker configuration can make a big variation on whether or not it's successful. So we are actually running it ourselves. It's a change since we've gone to the virtual thing. Traditionally at Pwn2Own, the attacker, the researcher, will show up and they have their own laptop. But since we've had to go virtual, what they do is they provide us their exploits ahead of the contest. That allows us to run the actual exploit itself. So we have ZDI analysts. In that case, we had Abdul and KP. They're in Canada. They were actually running the attempts, working with Stephen Seeley to make sure that everything was set up the way it should be. Maybe something was a little off in that first attempt, so they're going to go on mute now and verify all of the settings. This is one of the issues that we saw yesterday. One of the exploits had a very heavy dependency on things on the attacker laptop, although the target laptop was in a default configuration. For those of you paying attention, yes, I'm referring to Zoom. The Zoom attempt we saw yesterday was very heavily dependent on the attacker's configuration. That's one of the reasons why it failed the first time. However, so what they're doing now is they're just going to set that up. While I have you, while I got you here, let's talk about an upcoming interview at 11 o'clock Eastern. We're going to have a great interview with Chris Valasek, a very prominent researcher. He's done a lot of great work. I'm looking forward to it. I haven't actually seen it. I've heard that it's been edited to the point where it's family friendly, so we got that going for us, which is nice. But it'll look great. So stick around in between the attempts. This one's going to take us an hour and a half to deconflict because there's a lot to do with Exchange, obviously. Looks like we're down to 2 minutes on our first attempt. And again, we get a total of 3 attempts within that 20-minute window. Now, if you're like me and you pay attention to Patch Tuesday, which is the second Tuesday of every month, you'll have seen a lot of Exchange patches come out this year. And a lot of those have been credited to Stephen Seeley. So he's clearly done a lot of work in Exchange, and he's published some stuff too, as well as regarding the Exchange bugs that he reported. So I truly think we're going to see something pretty interesting here once we get everything just straightened out just so. And the fun thing is I have no idea when they'll be back, so I just get to talk to you and hope we have a lovely conversation here. Coming up later today, we'll have Ubuntu desktop, local escalation of privilege, as well as Windows 10 and another Parallels attempt. It's been great seeing some of the Parallels bugs come in. Very interesting that none of them have had collisions. So they've each been unique bugs. That's one of the things about Pwn2Own that I've mentioned several times is we are truly a zero-day conference, meaning that it's a real zero-day, meaning we don't know about it, the vendor doesn't know about it, just the researcher, just the participant from Pwn2Own. And also, again, I always glance that, really cool. Next time I will get the name of the artist who actually put this together. And I'll pull out, we have the one from Pwn2Own Tokyo in the fall. It was our first one that we did with the artist. That's actually here in the building, so maybe I'll pull that out and set it. You can see the evolution of, the one to the next one. This one's so cool. It's one of those things where it's like, oh no, now what do we do? Because how do we top this? This is such a cool trophy. It's such a cool piece of art that I have no idea how we're going to top it. But in any case, looks like we are out of time on that first attempt. So they will reset the clock, and when Abdul says, they will start the second attempt. When it comes to being pressure under the clock, Stephen is, he's no stranger to it. Going back to Pwn2Own Miami in 2020, it was an attempt from Stephen, I believe on Rockwell Automation. You'll have to check my blogs to find out on which one it was. But they literally used 19 minutes and 58 seconds of the clock before they finally got it to succeed. And it was tense. There were a lot of people in the room, which, okay, first of all, we say that today. There were a lot of people in the room. How crazy does that sound? But there were a lot of people in the room, and we were all, I think, collectively holding our breaths, waiting for that last confirmation, watching them there on the stage. And we confirmed with 2 seconds left, and it was great. There was applause, people screaming. I think someone fainted. It was amazing. A lot of fun back at when we were together. Down to under 14 minutes for the overall attempt. If you're not familiar with Pwn2Own Miami, Pwn2Own Miami focuses on industrial control systems and SCADA products. So that's our newest version of Pwn2Own. Pwn2Own, this normally in Vancouver. We're in Austin right now, and had planned to be in Toronto as well until viruses had different plans for us. But Pwn2Own Vancouver focuses on enterprise products and automobiles. Pwn2Own Tokyo, formerly known as Mobile Pwn2Own, focuses on consumer products. Really, it started with phones and handsets, and then we've branched out from there to wearables. We had watches, we had wireless routers, we have televisions. Now we included network-attached storage devices. This last Pwn2Own Tokyo, that was interesting. My own personal NAS, the same model, not mine, was compromised at Pwn2Own Tokyo, so that was good. I applied that patch when it came out. But then Pwn2Own Miami was added in 2020 to go along with the S4 conference and take a look at industrial control systems and SCADA products. What a great time we had, I think.
Okay.
We are ready.
Okay, hold on. Kevin, can you unmute us and unmute Dustin, please? Okay,
ready to go.
Sorry guys for the drama over here. We were getting some things done. So we'll consider the first attempt as a failed attempt. Can you go ahead, Kevin, and start the timer, please? 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, on to the second attempt.
Bingo!
Look at that.
That sigh of relief, I think, is a different result than the expected result.
I will just. Yeah, this should be fine, correct?
Okay, you can go ahead, Kevin, and share the screen. I mean, Stephen, you always add a little bit of drama over here, just like Pwn2Own Miami. So don't worry.
Show me the
Good
Thanks,
job.
guys.
This is awesome.
Thank you, man.
Nicely done. That definitely counts as a success.
Good job. Thank you very much. You can stop.
So that's great. Congratulations to Stephen. That was a successful demonstration on his second attempt. Stephen always likes to make things a little bit dramatic for us, and we appreciate that. That makes for better TV, and I'm all for it. Coming up at 11, again, there's that interview with Chris Valasek. Stay tuned for that. We're off to the disclosure room right now to talk through all of the details of this bug. Remember, it has to be 0 day, so there's still a possibility of a collision with one of the other Exchange bug or something else that may be known by Microsoft or us. Our next attempt is at 11:30. Let me check the blog to see who it is. 11:30, Billy from Star Labs returns. He will be targeting the Ubuntu desktop with a local escalation of privilege, so definitely stay tuned for that as well. 11 o'clock Eastern, Chris Valasek. 11:30, Billy from Star Labs, Ubuntu EOP. So stay tuned, and we'll see you then.
This is a smart manufacturing system that makes toy cell phones. We did research on it to examine the types of unconventional attacks that could be launched on smart manufacturing systems. This smart manufacturing system is completely modular. It consists of 7 stations, each containing a programmable logic controller, or PLC, a human-machine interface, or HMI, and the physical machine that does the actual work, such as a robot. In this research scenario, the robot arm is not working properly. Even though there are safety limits to the machines to prevent damage in case of malfunctions, the robot arm suddenly falls near the conveyor belt. How did this happen? Let's begin by checking the Manufacturing Execution System, or MES, and seeing how the production process is running. At first glance, the operation seems to be running normally. The production order shows that all phone cases should get drilled on the right side. But how come this case has a hole that has been drilled on the left side? Data may have been mangled on the MES. Let's inspect the HMI to find out. The HMI is not responding and is unable to communicate with the MES. It appears that there's an attacker on the network, who is spoofing Address Resolution Protocol or ARP packets and keeping the network down. But the whole system was designed to be completely isolated, and an attacker shouldn't have been able to get in. It's possible that rogue software has been downloaded to the engineering workstation. But no, there's just an industrial add-in for the robotics development environment. This add-in comes from the vendor's app store, so it's presumably safe. Industrial app stores such as this have been gaining traction. However, we've found that not all of the add-ins in the App Store are vetted properly. For example, this add-in is apparently for research purposes only, and has no actual functions. But it was added to the App Store nonetheless. During our research, we found and reported a vulnerability in the App Store. Before the flaw was fixed, it was possible to bypass the vetting process. As a result, the add-in was immediately available for download. Now, it has complete control of the engineering workstation. However, upon checking the network logs, we see that the engineering workstation isn't performing any spoofing. The attacker may have compromised the development workstation, or the repository of an open-source project library to trojanize the custom Industrial Internet of Things, or IIoT device in this factory, that's used for temperature sensing and anomaly detection. Looking at the code of the firmware though, we don't see anything suspicious. The code is just reading from the temperature sensor using the driver. It's possible that the ARP spoofing code is hidden in a trojanized library instead. This explains why the HMI got disconnected from the network and the MES. It also explains the unusual temperature readings that have been triggering emergency stops. But what about the robot? It's protected by a password. This means that an attacker would still need the password to gain access to the robot. During our research, we found and reported a vulnerable mobile HMI app. This mobile HMI exposed sensitive authentication information that could allow an attacker to reverse engineer the credentials stored in it. The attacker would then know the password to the robot, and be able to send movement commands to it. The attacker, having gained access to the engineering workstation, may have used vulnerable or malicious automation logic to send unintended movement commands to the robot or install a backdoor to control the robot from the network. With our research, we emphasize that since all of the machines in a smart manufacturing system are on the same flat network, they are isolated from the outside world, but not from one another. This gives rise to a complex ecosystem that has repercussions on the types of attacks that are possible in smart manufacturing systems. For more details and insights on these attacks, visit www.trendmicro.com and read our research, Attacks on Smart Manufacturing Systems, a forward-looking security analysis.
What if a perfectly patched industrial machine can still harbor unknown vulnerabilities where no one is looking? What if the technology that drives these industrial machines is not limited to automation tasks, but actually allows self-propagating malware to hide in the logic? Industrial programmable machines such as robots are used in many sectors, including automotive, avionics, pharmaceutical, and food production. They are very flexible and can perform many different tasks. Here we see 3 robots in normal operation doing a pick-and-place task. This software is a simulator used to write production automation scripts. These automation scripts are the core of a robot's logic, and are usually written by automation engineers and system integrators. In this demonstration, all the software running on the robots, such as the operating system, is patched and free from any bugs. On top of the traditional software stack, all robots perform their task by continuously running an automation script that listens for commands from the factory network. The script does not perform validation on the received commands because it trusts the data that comes from the factory network. We found cases similar to this script on public code repositories, and of course we reported them. Also, based on the conversations within the most active online communities for automation engineers, it seems that they are not very concerned about the potential security risks in the automation scripts they write. Fortunately, only the first robot on the left is within the reach of a potential attacker on the network. The others are connected only to the first one via a local-only isolated network. Short of vulnerabilities in the regular software stack, the attacker in our demonstration tries to exploit the lack of data validation in the automation script. Now, the first robot is no longer running the original automation script. It's running a modified version that the attacker has uploaded by exploiting the lack of validation. The attacker can now try to interfere with normal operation, for example by injecting code that sends signals at unexpected times. The attacker may also be a bit more creative and make the compromised robot dance. Or they may use the robot to scan the isolated network for other vulnerable targets. And finally send a propagation command to the malware that they have written in this custom language, thus infecting the other robots. These issues do not arise from specific vulnerabilities in the vendor supply software, for which the vendors normally provide timely patches. We analyzed the 8 leading platforms and found out that the root cause of these issues is a bit deeper. The programming platforms offer some security-sensitive features that lead to vulnerabilities and enable the development of custom targeted malware that won't be detected by traditional scanners. Automation scripts are an overlooked attack vector that should be treated and managed like any other regular software. In our paper, we describe the details of our findings and suggest short and long-term mitigations for control process engineers, system integrators, and OEMs.
Chris, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself? Give us the thumbnail for the folks who don't know you.
Cool. Yeah.
The three out there. There's probably three.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you don't know me, use the internet, look me up. No, Chris Valasek. I started off working back in the day at ISS X-Force, doing programming and then doing reverse engineering and stuff, and then slowly but surely had a bunch of different gigs and jobs, and was lucky enough in 2012 to link up with Charlie Miller and Mudge, and Mudge was like, yeah, we can fund you guys to get cars if you think you can hack them and stuff. And we said, yeah, we read these really cool papers from the University of Washington, University of Cal San Diego, and we're kind of inspired and really looked at those papers as inspiration, but they didn't provide enough detail. We're more the type of people, I'm the more type of person just to publish the exploit or the information, and people can figure it out for themselves. And then from there, hack cars when we were plugged into it by figuring out how the CAN bus worked and how different parts of modern technology works. And then the retort was, well, they were connected to the car. So took that to heart and figured out a way with Charlie to remotely compromise a Jeep to kind of control every physical aspect of the car. So that's the quick one.
So, I mean, you've probably done this. Tell us a little. I think there was a bunch of stuff in there about you guys actually getting into the guts of the car and getting access to a prototype. That was part of the story for me, is because it was really different. Nobody taken apart and really kind of tried to attach analyzers to the guts of working cars like mechanics. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard field to get into because most people have their car and you don't want to rip it to shreds and ruin everything. Lucky for us, we had cars that were bought from DARPA, and we didn't care about these cars. So we would just completely tear apart, not only to, you can get normal access from a diagnostic port, but we also wanted to analyze traffic on, more segregated pieces of the vehicle network and analyze that and figure out how that linked everything together with how the vehicle would work. And, for example, capturing all the traffic for the car parking itself, the Toyota Prius, like that's how we figured out how to control steering, right? So we wrote a bunch of our own software and used these things called ecom cables. I'm sure there's way better tools out now, but that's what we had at the time. And wrote our own software to capture traffic and then replay it, and then wrote our own analyzers to try to figure out which traffic was actual important to us, as in they make the wheel twitch or something like that. So that was a part that was good. So you would go on a mechanic's website and it would tell you in 103 easy steps, here's how to dismantle your dash. And I was like, nah, I just got a Dremel and cut it all open and then ripped everything out, because this car, to my knowledge, was going to go back to Mudge at some point, so I didn't care what the condition was.
That's great. Yes, here, let's ask you the geeky questions. What kind of analyzers and what kind of things? I mean, those days, CAN bus analyzers and things were pretty rudimentary. You can get some fancier tools these days, but you guys said you had to write a lot of your own. Was that one of the big challenges?
Yeah, it wasn't the biggest challenge. It was just time consuming. So we used this thing called an ecom cable, mainly because we could get them relatively inexpensive. I want to say they were a couple $100. So they would sell you one cable for $1,200 that had exposed wires, or they would sell you a cable that had the automotive connector for $200. So we'll just buy the $200 ones and clip the end off and take the wires out ourselves and make an attacher. So that's how we got those, because they were affordable. And then they basically had an API just to read and write CAN frames, and we wrote a bunch of C code. I actually wrote most of the C code on a plane with no internet, and I couldn't look any references up. So I used a method that we used for writing intrusion detection software at ISS, and I basically just wrote a big state machine that would read everything a byte at a time, because I knew I could do that without any references. So that's how we wrote our original code. But then we wrote Python wrappers and all this other stuff to make it easy so we could do different things on the vehicle.
So let's fast forward a little bit. After you guys showed that exploit to a bunch of folks, that's when kind of everybody started pulling out their hair, and you got controlled the steering. So tell us a little bit about the aftermath of all that.
So we're still talking the first one, right? We're talking pre-Jeep. So the pre-Jeep stuff was, I think the computer hacker people were nodding their heads saying like, okay, yeah, we get it. If you can get into the soft inner core, you can make the vehicle do stuff that's pretty wild. The automotive community was a bit more dismissive. They're like, well, they were connected to the vehicle. We make sure you can't hack it remotely. And we're like, oh yeah? So luckily IOActive was nice enough to buy us a car that we could hack remotely, and then we did that.
So and then after the light of slow dawning awareness came on everybody, came all the media attention, all this. Give us a little sort of an overview of what happened to the industry after that, which eventually leads up to what folks are going to watch in a few minutes at Pwn2Own competition.
Yeah, I mean, I still think there were a lot of industry people that didn't like it because no one likes their dirty laundry aired in public at the time, and then. The other good part was we would talk to people in the frontline IC workers in the automotive industry, and they'd like, we have budget, we have headcount, like we're being more listened to. So that was really reassuring, is talking to people with almost every manufacturer, and they were pretty enthused that they always said like, yeah, we think if someone could do this remotely, could control the car, and it's nice to have a video reference of that. It's still pretty wild. People reference it all the time. Like I'll be on meetings with people, and they'll ask like, "Oh, do you know the guy that like hacked the Jeep?" I'm like, "Uh-huh, I do." It's like I work with him. It's Charlie. I'm like, "Oh yeah." And then I'm like, "Oh yeah, my name's Chris too. I did that."
Nice. Well, I think actually that stuff's been changed a lot. I mean, Tesla's been super supportive. They're really, really keen on all the stuff they get from Pwn2Own and stuff. I mean, that's kind of turned around night and day from the early days of the car manufacturers. I think some of the other manufacturers are now kind of really putting the gears to the security aspects of it. And with that, we'll close off this particular segment.
Everyone, and welcome back. My name is Dustin Childs. I am with the Zero Day Initiative, Trend Micro Zero Day Initiative, as it were. Here on day 3 of Pwn2Own 2021, to recap what's happened this morning, we had an exchange attempt that was a successful demonstration. When we got to the disclosure room, we learned that a couple of unique bugs, but there was a man-in-the-middle portion of the attack, and according to the rules, that is not a full win. So great research demonstrated by Stephen Seeley. Real bugs, real nice. But not it's a partial win only. Excuse me, a partial win is 7.5 points towards Master Opponent. Coming up next, we've got Billy returning from Star Labs, and he will be targeting Ubuntu desktop with a local escalation of privilege. Star Labs had a couple of near misses on day 1. Back, we'll see how Billy does today. I have faith in him. We're going to see some really cool stuff here shortly. So without any further delay, I'll hand it off to Abdul, north of the border, so he can take us through the exploit. So Abdul, it's all yours.
Thank you, Dustin. All right, so Billy, what should we expect out of the exploit?
It will pop a root shell.
Root shell. All right, that's exciting, and it's going to do the job. Kevin, can you please turn on the timer? Right. 3, 2, 1.
It failed in the first try.
Okay.
Okay, that looks like a failure on the first attempt. So again, they're going to go step behind the mute button there, and take a look, reset things, and give it a second attempt. I know one of the issues they had on day 1 was a race condition, and of course, when you're having a race, sometimes you lose. My kid's in track, he knows. Not the fastest kid, good kid. So they'll take a look at that, and I don't know what's obviously set up with this particular exploit, but we'll see how it goes. And they've got 5-minute attempts, 3 5-minute attempts within a 20-minute period. So they have plenty of time to go ahead and reset things and take a look at it. I mean, we still have just under 19 minutes left of the 20-minute exploit period. So plenty of time to take a look. We'll see. That's one of the good things about local EOP exploits. Really don't have to wait around a long time to figure out whether or not they succeeded or failed. That one was pretty instant. Now, of course, the time in between is a different story. So hopefully they'll reset, maybe reboot the machine, maybe verify the versions. Billy also has a chance to make any changes to his code. Has to talk through that to our analyst. So he'll have to talk to Abdul and see if there's any particular code changes. Now, if this were a live event, we've seen this happen before, where someone has essentially debugged their exploit script live on the stage, on the clock, which was truly amazing. I can't type with people watching me, so I barely type at all. But if someone's watching, forget it. It's all the typos. And this contestant was able to decode his bug, not only with a room full of people watching him, but while he was on the clock at Pwn2Own. And it worked. So hopefully we'll see something similar this time. Now that we're virtual, the contestants have to provide us their exploits ahead of the contest. So any changes to those exploits have to be talked over live, on a Zoom call, which is why we have the contestants on the Zoom call while we are doing this live. If there's any problems, we're here. They jump behind a mute button. I talk on screen for a while, and they go through all of the details and make any changes necessary or any changes they feel like to try to get back. Looks like we're ready for another attempt.
Yes. So this is the second attempt. Kevin, can you please turn on the timer? 3, 2, 1.
Okay, running our second attempt now.
It's wrong.
Doesn't seem to be working. Can you mute us, please, and stop sharing?
Okay, I don't know if they're ready to call attempt number 2 a failure quite yet. but it wasn't succeeding as expected. So again, they'll take a look at it behind the mute button. While I continue to talk about Master of Pwn. Actually, you know what? Let me talk to you about something else. Hopefully you had a chance to watch that Hacker Hall of Fame interview with Chris Valasek. I thought it was great. What's even better is we've got a roundtable coming up, and I wanted to get all of the names. So later on today, we'll have a table discussion with a Hacker Hall of Fame. It includes Ilya Van Sprudel, Sergio Alvarez, Ralph Philip Weinman, Chris Valasek, and Marco Ivaldi. So that is a big-time heavy hitter group of people. They'll all have a roundtable discussion with Dragos, who's the organizer of CanSec West, and they'll talk all things security research and tooling. So definitely tune in for that. I think we've got 3 separate segments, one where they introduce themselves, and then like a 20-minute, another 10-minute segment. I'll be tweeting those out live when the times are actually going out. I don't know exactly right now when they're going live, but they'll be going live this afternoon in between attempts. We do have other attempts coming up this afternoon. Alyssa Assange, we've got Dalal, Baby Cal. He'll be taking out parallels. 2 parallels entries left to go. We've got some other folks targeting Windows with local EOPs left to go. So a lot of work still to be done. And I think, let's see, 40,000. So yeah, we are up to $1.1 million. $1.1 million awarded over the 3-day contest, which is just astonishing. Previously, I think our record was $865,000, so it really has just blown it away. What the researchers have brought to this contest this year has really been great work, both with the Exchange bugs, with the enterprise communications bugs that were demonstrated in Teams and Zoom, as well as all the local EOPs and the virtualization bugs that we're seeing as well. So it's been a really fun contest. It's been really fun to be here in our Austin office from Austin with Love. Unfortunately, the folks couldn't be in the Toronto office due to COVID-19 lockdowns. Oh, we're ready to go?
Alrighty, so this is the
what are we calling
attempt,
attempt 2?
Yeah, this is the 3rd attempt.
3rd and final attempt.
All right, so sorry about that. So basically, there seem to be some stability issues, so we're gonna run it for the last time. Kevin, can you please start the timer? All right, 3, 2, 1. There you go. There you go.
Yes.
Now we're talking.
Oh, well, there you go.
Alrighty. There you go, my friend.
Show me the money. Yes.
Good job.
Nicely
done.
Congratulations.
Gave me a little bit of a heart attack, but
Great job. So that was fantastic, and it shows that you can make changes, you can have stability issues, but still come back, get that 3rd attempt. And I said a local EOP doesn't take long. 1 click, boom, there you go. That the little #brown hashtag right there said who am I, and it said root, and that's where you wanted to be. So that's fantastic. So congratulations to Billy. He's off to the disclosure room. If that turns out to be something unique and full win, that'll be $30,000 and 3 more points towards Master of Pwn. Let me pull out the old schedule here. Let's see who we've got coming up next. So coming up next at 13:30 Eastern, at 12:30 Eastern, Fabian Perigard of Synactive will be targeting Windows 10 with a local elevation of privilege. And that should be great too. The folks from Synactive always bring some really great research. So we're looking forward to that. Again, stay tuned for those Hacker Hall of Fame roundtable discussions. Follow us on Twitter at the ZDI, and I'll be tweeting out the specific times where those videos will air. Until then, we'll see you back here at 12:30 for Synactive and Windows 10. See you then.
In this video, we'll show you a proof of concept of an attack on a serverless system that demonstrates how dangerous the implementation of bad code could be. In this example, we'll show a Lambda function granted with high permissions. This Lambda function was originally developed to stop an Amazon EC2 instance. After passing the instance name as an input, the instance is stopped. Since the code is not well developed and doesn't filter the input correctly, it's possible to inject a command after the instance name using a command input for semicolon. This will instruct the code to interpret the next input as a command. A simple and harmless command is run as a proof of concept. This shows that the injection is successful and that the command has been interpreted. Let's do something more elaborate now. Changing the Lambda function timeout from the inside. Here, we can see that the function timeout is originally set at 2 minutes. A total of 6 commands will be run. We will download, unpack, and install the AWS CLI tool. We will also check the roles and the policies, and finally, modify the function timeout. Without the use of a proper content delivery network like Amazon CloudFront, or a third-party security tool like Trend Micro Application Security, the input is not verified or filtered. Consequently, a malicious actor can see the command line tools that the page uses via simple querying. We then inject a shell command that downloads and installs the AWS CLI tool. As a proof of concept, the CLI tool changes the function timeout to the maximum duration. From 2 minutes it is changed to 15 minutes. After the function timeout is changed, an attacker can perform other malicious activities such as privilege escalation or data exfiltration. To learn more about security considerations in serverless environments, visit www.trendmicro.com and read our research paper, Securing Weak Points in Serverless Architectures, Risks and Recommendations.
Hi, folks, and welcome back to Pwn2Own. I am Dustin Childs with the Zero Day Initiative, a product of Trend Micro's Zero Day Initiative. Hopefully you're hearing me a little bit better now. I know we've had some issues with microphones, so we've got something a little new to try. We'll go with that way, and if you're not hearing me at all, well, that's a completely different problem that we'll solve. If you're following along last attempt, we had a successful demonstration of a Linux escalation of privilege. However, when we went to the disclosure room, we found that the vendor was aware of the bug, and actually they are very near to having a patch out. So that counts as a partial win. Again, we're a zero-day contest, so only 0 days matter. It has to be completely unknown, both to ZDI as well as the vendor. Coming up next, we have Fabian from Synactive. Fabian, I just immediately forgot your last name too. He will be targeting, let's see. See, as soon as I put my phone down, I forget everything. Fabian Paragon of Synactive targeting Windows 10 with a local escalation of privilege. So hopefully we'll see that. And again, shouldn't take too long to see success or failure one way or the other. But I'll hand that off to Abdul to let us know for sure. So Abdul, over to you.
All right. Okay, so Fabien, what should we expect out of your Windows 10 exploit?
Well, after running the executable, you should quickly see a bunch of kernel pointers and a nice STR, and then finally an elevated cmd.exe with system privileges.
Okay, I'm looking forward for the art specifically, but let's hope it works. All right, Kevin, can you please start the timer? All right, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Yeah, I can see the ASCII art.
ASCII art is always a nice touch in any Pwn2Own entry.
Oh, wow. All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Look at that.
Nice.
I'm just going to keep this like this. Just so everyone the ASCII art. Okay, you can share the screen now, please. All right, so this is some of the ASCII art that was displayed. It's actually nice. It's a rocket. And this is the elevated privilege. So let's do who am I? There you go.
NT Authority system.
Nicely
that
done.
means a successful demo.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Well, awesome. That's a great, successful demonstration from Fabian. And of course, you know how it goes now. He's off to the disclosure Zoom call to go through all of the details of that bug. We've seen some other Windows 10 exploits in this contest. Is this one unique? We certainly hope so. If so, it will net him $40,000 and 4 Master of Pwn points. So that's an outstanding demonstration. Up next at 13:30, we have Alyssa Assange. She will be here participating in her first Pwn2Own. She will be attempting to go guest a host on Parallels Desktop, also worth $40,000 and 4 Master of Pwn points. I'm really looking forward to that. I know she worked on it really pretty much up to the deadline. So really cool stuff is incoming. Until then, again, watch out for those Hacker Hall of Fame roundtables. I've been told that the final video is nearly downloaded. So this is fresh off the presses, as it were. And just follow us on Twitter at the ZDI for the latest in times. Until then, I'll see you at 13:30 Eastern. Hi everyone, welcome to Pwn2Own Vancouver for 2019. This year we've got over $1 million in cash and prizes in our traditional categories like web browsers and virtualization servers. New for 2019, an automotive category with the Tesla Model 3. Our contest began with a team of Fluoracetate, which is Amat Kama and Richard Zhu, targeting the Apple Safari web browser. They successfully exploited it and earned themselves $55,000 and 5 points towards Master of Home. The Fluoracetate duo returned, this time targeting Oracle VirtualBox. They again succeeded, this time earning themselves $35,000 and 3 more points towards Master of Home. Next up, Pwn2Own newcomer Andaden of Star Labs also targeted Oracle VirtualBox. He too succeeded and earned himself $35,000 and 3 points towards Master of Home. In their final day 1 entry, the Fluoracetate duo targeted VMware Workstation. They were able to successfully exploit it and earn themselves another $70,000 and 7 additional Master of Home points. Our final entry for day 1 saw the PhoneHex and QWERTY team targeting Apple Safari with the kernel elevation. They were able to get a partial win, although they did demonstrate a complete system compromise. They earned themselves $45,000 and 4 Master of Home points since Apple knew of one of the bugs prior to the competition. That's it for day 1. Join us tomorrow as Pwn2Own Vancouver 2019 continues, with more targets and more great research coming. See you then. Hello everyone, I'm Dustin Childs and welcome to day 2 of Pwn2Own Vancouver for 2019. Yesterday saw us award $240,000 for 9 different bugs, and today looks like it's going to be even better. We've got 4 separate attempts with the potential of $270,000 on the table. And don't forget to join us tomorrow as well, where we introduced our newest automotive category. Our day began with the fluoracetate duo of Amat Kama and Richard Zhu targeting the Mozilla Firefox web browser. Their successful demonstration earned them another $50,000 and 5 more points towards Master of Pwn. The prolific duo returned with perhaps their greatest challenge of the competition. Starting from within a VMware workstation client, they opened Microsoft Edge and browsed to their specially crafted web page. That's all it took to go from a browser and a virtual machine client to executing code on the underlying hypervisor. The demonstration earned them $130,000 and 13 more points towards Master of Pwn. That gives them a 2-day total of $340,000 and 33 points in Master of Pwn. Our third attempt of the day had Nicholas Baumstark targeting the Mozilla Firefox web browser. His winning entry earned him $40,000 and 4 Master of Pwn points. Throughout the afternoon, ZDI's own Jaisal Spellman provided an example of a vulnerability that was isolated to an old WebKit version of the Tesla Internet browser. This is just an example of what's to come tomorrow. The final attempt of day 2 had Arthur Gerkes of Exodus Intelligence targeting Microsoft Edge. Another newcomer to Pwn2Own, he wasted no time in his successful entry, earning himself $50,000 and 5 points towards Master of Pwn. So that brings to close day 2 of Pwn2Own Vancouver 2019. We saw 4 great attempts, all wins. We awarded $270,000 for 9 bugs. Be sure to join us tomorrow as we have the automotive category starting. Should be great. We'll see you then. Hi everyone, I'm Dustin Childs and welcome to day 3 of Pwn2Own for Vancouver 2019, where our only category entries today are in automotive. The final day of Pwn2Own Vancouver 2019 began with the withdrawal of Team Kunapon from the automotive category. The fluoracetate duo of Richard Zhu and Amit Kama had quite the crowd as they entered the Tesla Model 3. After a few minutes of setup, they successfully demonstrated their research on the Model 3 internet browser.
Seriously? That's pretty good.
They used a JITbug in the renderer to display their message and earn $35,000. And of course, since this is Pwn2Own, they also get the car. It should come as no surprise to anyone that the fluoracetate duo had been crowned Master of Pwn for 2019. In a tie for third place, Nicholas Baumstark, as well as Phoenix and QWERTY, each had 4 points towards Master of Pwn. Our second place finisher, Arthur Gurkis of Exodus Intelligence, had 5 points in his Master of Pwn standings. Amat and Richard and their amazing research earned $375,000 over the contest and resulted in 36 Master of Pwn points. Well, that's it. That wraps up Pwn2Own Vancouver for 2019. What an amazing contest. And overall, we gave out $545,000 for 19 unique bugs. I want to thank our contestants with whom we couldn't do this. They did a fantastic job providing some amazing research. And of course, we want to thank our industry partners too. Our partners Microsoft and Tesla, as well as our sponsor VMware. We couldn't do it without them. So thank everyone for attending, and we hope to see you next year. Until then, take care. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to day 3, the second half of day 3, our final day of Pwn2Own 2021. I am Dustin Childs with Trend Micro Zero Day Initiative. Happy to be talking to you again about some great exploits. If you didn't see on Twitter the last exploit we had, which was a Windows 10 escalation of privilege, it's also a partial win. Same thing as with Ubuntu. We had a very successful demonstration, but once we get into the disclosure room, we find out that the vendor was already aware of the bug. So again, this is a zero-day contest, and it means it must be a true zero-day. Excuse me, since Microsoft was aware of that bug, counts as a partial win, despite the really cool style points from the ASCII art, which is really nice. Hopefully, once it gets fully patched, you can release a video and show you all that really, really fun stuff. Up next, we have another entry in our virtualization category. This is Alyssa Assange targeting the Parallels desktop, and I know she's worked on this. I think that we're about to see some really cool stuff. So with that, I'll go ahead and toss it over to our friends up north. Abdul, go ahead and take it away, and let's get this underway.
Okay. That's a nice picture of you, Alyssa, by the way. And nice background over there. By the way, Alyssa is the first female to ever participate at Pwn2Own. So yeah, thank you very much for that, and nice to have you here. So what should we expect out of this exploit, Alyssa?
Basically, I will drop some malicious payload on the host operating system, which upon execution will print some nice ASCII art in the terminal. And of course, the calculator will be launched.
Awesome. Awesome. I'm looking forward to this. All right. Kevin, can you please start the timer? All right. 3, 2, 1. Oof, let's see.
We're not able to show the screen as this goes.
It
does appear that Abdul is seeing some ASCII art.
Nice, good job. Can you please show the screen? It's a very nice ASCII art over here.
Oh, look at that.
Can you stop?
Show me the money.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Great, that's a successful demonstration. So congratulations.
Beautiful.
So another successful demonstration. That was awesome, and it took no time at all for that demo to happen. So that's even better. Really stable. That speaks of a exploit. Of course, now we know that they're off to the demonstration. Excuse me, the demonstration. They're off to the disclosure hall. It's the third day of Pwn2Own, people. I mean, we're barely holding on caffeine and Shake Shack alone. So we'll make it though. We've got 3 more attempts this afternoon, and promise. The Hall of Fame Hackers Roundtable is coming up. It'll start this half hour. I'm about to go tweet about it here real shortly, because I don't remember the time that I scheduled it for on our shot list. But I'll tweet that out at the ZDI, and you'll see it here shortly. Get yourself a burger, sit back and watch the video. That's my plan, and hopefully I'll be able to do that. Coming up next, let's see who we've got. I think we've got another Synactive person. Make sure that you're checking out the blog. zerodayinitiative.com/blog. Yes, we have Vincent Doors of Synactive targeting the Ubuntu desktop with a local escalation of privilege. That starts at 14:30. So I will definitely see you back then, and enjoy the videos until then. See ya. Welcome to Pwn2Own 2018. This year's event offers up to $2 million in cash and prizes, as we return to Vancouver and welcome Microsoft as a partner and VMware as a sponsor. This year's event features 5 entrants targeting products across 2 categories, 7 different attempts in total. We did have additional contestants register, but unfortunately, they were forced to withdraw from the competition due to various reasons, some of which involved yesterday's bevy of security patches. As usual, we had a random drawing to determine the order of entries. Once that finished, Richard Zhu, also known as Fluorescence, attempted to exploit Apple Safari with a sandbox escape. Unfortunately, time expired before he could get his exploit working. Despite this, the bugs he brought to the contest were certainly interesting, and we ended up purchasing them through the regular ZDI program. Richard returned as a second entry, this time targeting Microsoft Edge with the kernel EOP, and he bounced back in a big way. After his first attempt failed, he debugged his code live in front of the audience. His second attempt nearly succeeded, but the target blue screen just as his shell started. His third and final attempt succeeded with only 1 minute and 37 seconds left to spare. The dramatic effort earned him $70,000 and 7 points towards Master of Pwn. Next up, Nicholas Bumstark from the Pwnhex team followed with an attempt on Oracle VirtualBox. Apparently not one for added intrigue, his exploit immediately popped not 1, but 3 different calcs to indicate success. His demonstration qualified as a partial success, as he used an out-of-bounds read and a Toctile bug to earn himself $27,000 and 3 Master of Pwn points. It was a great demonstration, and we look forward to more of his research in the future. Our final contestant for day 1 was Samuel Grosch, also from the Pwnhex team. Last year, his Safari exploit included a touch bar component, and this year proved to be no different. He used a combination of a jet optimization bug in the browser, a Mac OS logic bug to escape the sandbox, and finally a kernel overwrite to execute code with a kernel extension to successfully exploit Apple Safari. The chain earned him $65,000 and 6 points towards Master of Pwn. Similar to last year, he left us a nice message for us to read on the touch bar once he was complete. In total, we awarded $162,000 today and 16 points towards Master of Pwn, with 3 Apple bugs, 2 Oracle bugs, and 3 Microsoft bugs purchased. We'll return tomorrow with our final day of Pwn2Own 2018. Welcome back to the second and final day of Pwn2Own 2018, where we successfully concluded our contest by awarding an additional $105,000 and 11 more Master of Pwn points. Our day started with the return of Richard Zhu, also known as Fluorescence. This time he was targeting Mozilla Firefox with the Windows kernel escalation and privilege. He avoided all drama today and successfully popped Mozilla Firefox on his first attempt. He used an out-of-bounds write in the browser, followed by an integer overflow in the Windows kernel, to earn himself another $50,000 and 5 more Master of Pwn points. This brings his event total to $120,000 and a commanding lead for Master of Pwn. Next up, the folks from RET2 Systems, including Marcus Gasedelin and Nick Burnett, targeted Apple Safari with a Mac OS kernel EOP. After experiencing some unexpected failures, they successfully demonstrated their exploit on their 4th attempt. Unfortunately, the contest rules only allow for 3 attempts, so this counted as a failure. Still, the bugs used were purchased and disclosed to the vendor through our normal ZDI process. The final entry for the day, and for the contest, saw a team from MWR Labs, including Alex Plaskett, Georgi Kashev, and Fabi Baturki, target Apple Safari with a sandbox escape. They utilized a heap buffer underflow in the browser and an uninitialized stack variable in Mac OS to escape the sandbox and gain code execution. In doing so, they earned themselves $55,000 and 5 points towards Master of Pwn. This brings our event to a close, and with it, we're able to award Richard Zhu as the Master of Pwn. His successful entries earned him $120,000 over the 2 days events, as he accumulated 12 Master of Pwn points. Richard has participated in previous Pwn2Own contests, and we certainly hope he returns in future ones to defend his title. Overall, we awarded $267,000 over the 2-day contest, while acquiring 5 Apple bugs, 4 Microsoft bugs, 2 Oracle bugs, and 1 Mozilla bug. While smaller than some of our previous competitions, the quality of research was still extraordinary, and highlights the difficulty in producing fully functioning exploits for modern web browsers and systems. We want to congratulate all of those who participated in this year's events. Finally, special thanks go out to our partner Microsoft and our sponsor VMware. Their involvement was crucial to the success of the contest. As a reminder, vendors now have 90 days to produce security patches to address the bugs we've reported. Once these patches are made available publicly, stay tuned to the ZDI blog for more details about some of the best and most interesting bugs we saw this week. Until then, thanks for watching, and we'll see you at our next event. everyone. I'm Dustin Childs, and welcome to Day 3 of Pwn2Own for Vancouver 2019, where our only category entries today are in automotive. The final day of Pwn2Own Vancouver 2019 began with the withdrawal of Team Kunapon from the automotive category. The fluoracetate duo of Richard Zhu and Amit Kama had quite the crowd as they entered the Tesla Model 3. After a few minutes of setup, they successfully demonstrated their research on the Model 3 internet browser.
Seriously?
They used a JIT-bug in the renderer to display their message and earn $35,000. Of course, since this is Pwn2Own, they also get the car. It should come as no surprise to anyone that the fluoracetate duo had been crowned Master of Pwn for 2019. In a tie for third place, Nicholas Baumstark, as well as Phoenix and QWERTY, each had 4 points towards Master of Pwn. Our second place finisher, Arthur Gurkis of Accidents Intelligence, had 5 points in his Master of Pwn standings. Amat and Richard and their amazing research earned $375,000 over the contest and resulted in 36 Master of Pwn points. Well, that's it. That wraps up Pwn2Own Vancouver for 2019. What an amazing contest. And overall, we gave out $545,000 for 19 unique bugs. I want to thank our contestants with whom we couldn't do this. They did a fantastic job providing some amazing research. And of course, we want to thank our industry partners too. Our partners Microsoft and Tesla, as well as our sponsor VMware. We couldn't do it without them. So thank everyone for attending, and we hope to see you next year. Until then, take care.
I'm your host, and we're here talking about the exploit Hall of Fame for the last decade, exploits that have moved the bar. And we have a bunch of some of the most dangerous men on the planet, I think I'd call them, because a bunch of folks who are very, very knowledgeable in this area, and we're trying to archive and document some of the unwritten verbal history of all the various papers and things that have been released, and pick out some notable ones that really moved us and moved research. So with that, let's introduce our panel: Chris Valasek, Sergio Alvarez, Marco Vivaldi, Ilya Van Sprundel, and Ralph Weinman. So maybe let's go around and maybe each of you give us a little 1 or 2 sentence background of yourself. So
Chris Valasek. I used to be the Windows heap guy, and now I'm car hacker guy.
Nice. Ralph?
Okay, I was a hacker in my youth. Then I was trying to become an academic. I failed. I became a hacker again. That's kind of the short story.
Cool. Sergio?
Oh, my background is very simple. I was in Argentina doing nothing but playing with computers. Then I moved to Germany. Well, NRuns brought me to Germany. And then I play security for NRuns, then for Security Labs, then back to NRuns, and then I started to do freelancing stuff, mostly on reversing and doing, audits. That's it. Once I had a crash with antivirus, and I like to break those a little bit.
Marco.
Yes. Well, I started hacking a long time ago. Then I started doing it professionally in '99, I think. I always been more of a pen tester, but I also always enjoyed writing exploits and sometimes finding zero-day vulnerabilities. I wasn't around much this decade as an exploit writer. I mean, I had like some sort of hiatus for my management career and some other stuff that got in the way. And then I started in 2018 to try to get back in shape as an exploit writer, but things have changed a lot. Everything is very much harder now than it used to be. I mean, okay, this is not related.
It was the before times.
Yeah. So I decided to pick Solaris and to find vulnerabilities and write exploits there, and it's still quite, even though Solaris 11 is much better than Solaris 10, but it's like an easy target.
Little bio.
Been doing security for the past 2 decades and change, first as a hobby and then professionally, from Belgium. Anyway, I've been doing it at IOActive for about the last 13 or so years.
Let me jump in and give you a little bit. Let's put a little bit of a preface here. The objective here is to really think about mostly the last decade. In Pwn2Own, we've kind of watched browser exploits, lots of things evolve, and there's a lot of history there that hasn't been documented in the exploits. So I'm trying to extract and put this stuff down for folks, and you guys have some of the most technical and focused memories of this whole of what was going on. So, we've got some history of what happened in the early days of exploits. Haroon Meer's paper up into about 2010, but in the last decade, there's been such a huge evolution of mitigations, countermeasures, erase, and there's a lot of threads in there. It's actually quite complicated and difficult to sort out. So that's one of the things we're going to be hopefully talking about. We've also seen the lone wolf, the tour de force by Ian Beer, kind of change into a team thing. And as you have to chain the exploits together and have to put them together, it's been a whole evolution. So my goal here is to kind of document some of the unwritten history of that evolution, and as we go through and chat about it. And with that, I mean, I'll just introduce one of the topics that Mark threw out. We both started talking about Ian's amazing exploit there, and the other one from the other folks, the one that's significant from Project Zero. Project Zero's had a lot of great stuff. Is Natalie Silvanovich's stuff, the iMessage bugs, all those things. She also, I would nominate her as the first, as the second one. I nominated Mark Dowd. I would nominate her as the second one that needs to be inducted into a famous list of things that would have to be done. And with that, let's go back to talking about Ian Beers. What exploits do you guys think that we need to put on the Hall of Fame?
The Ian Beer one's up there for me, just because the complexity, the amount of prerequisite research required to get it to work. If you're doing browser exploits, I mean, I'm not trying to knock on it, but there's a plethora of information out there on how they work, right? Like you can, see how all the memory managers work. You can get example JavaScript code that'll, set up memory primitives. Like all the stuff that Ian was doing was the stuff that was done was kind of like hacked together, and he made it all work.
There was a big steep curve there, actually. Exactly.
Massive learning curve.
And I think he achieved magic at the end. Like you said, it was a Hollywood level hack. Is this kind of thing. People, whoa, is forced pairing on whatever that show was.
Exactly.
Enemy of the State.
I've read Ralph's work and everything too. And there's like just having that end up being in some Hollywood-esque thing. Like, oh yeah, I can walk by your phone and pop. I like the cherry on top for that whole effort.
There was that TV show that Mark Rogers was the advisor on. I'm trying to remember the hacker, the
Mr. Robot, maybe.
Mr. Robot. That's the one. Did they do that one on Mr. Robot?
I never saw the show.
I saw half of the show only.
Oh yeah, I thought you were gonna say CSI Cyber, of which I got to. It was canceled very quickly there.
So salty, man. So salty.
There was the printer hack that set on fire a whole building, something like that. I just remember that. And then,
yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about Rowhammer.
I called it a class bug. I mean, it just said it's not just one bug; it's a whole family. I don't think we're done with Rowhammer because there's so many other. It's going to be for years. So we're going to be finding bits we can fiddle because of adjacent circuits.
Rowhammer actually fits to a larger class of bugs, namely where hardware abstractions fail, right? So where like you think a piece of hardware is doing A. But in reality, it's a physical thing. So it oftentimes does A, but sometimes it does B, right? And this, I mean, you have other examples for this as well, but they're harder to exploit.
To go back to the Rowhammer thing, again, why it's so significant is it was. You can't say like a new type of attack because, like as Ralph pointed out, they've been around, but it popularized that type of hardware-based attack and gave people a base on which they could derive different ways to use Rowhammer as the method to change data. Right, and so that's why again, Sergio,
it's an attack vector, basically.
That's why it's so massive. We've all found bugs, right? But I've definitely never came up with a whole new way on how you go about, popping boxes, leaking data, all that stuff.
Change topics again a little bit because we got to be a little bit zippy here for the stream. I was going to suggest a question for you guys. What's the funnest exploit in the last 10 years that you can remember? Like maybe any of you want to. Which ones were amusing and kind of colorful? Is the question for you guys?
Well, this is one from
Ian
Beer and the ones from the jailbreak community from iOS, those are the ones that capture my attention the most, at least to me.
I would pose the question differently, Jarvis. It's not the exploit that's amusing; it's the bugs that are amusing. Those are always the things that get.
It depends.
Fair point.
It depends. It might be also the exploits. I was thinking about the Qualys that exploited after 15 years. Exploited Qmail.
Yeah.
That was fun.
That Qualys bug was hilarious.
Right? Because why the fuck did I not see that? Right? It's not like
to Ralph's point, go to fail bug, right? Like everyone and their brother should have seen that and realized the ramifications. And how long was that around?
Or the Microsoft bug, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
one technique that I really liked was the one from Nico Weisman on abusing the bit mask. That was pretty cool. That one was pretty cool.
I don't think I remember what you're talking about.
Just Google for abusing the bit mask. It's a talk. I've seen it in another conference in Argentina, and in 2000 so I saw the presentation in 2009.
Say Echo Party. We love those guys.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah.
Yeah, that was his heap stuff, right? Where he was manipulating the bitmap stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was actually asking in Twitter, what could you do with one ink in a register? What could you do with an address? So basically, you can take one byte and do an ink one.
Yeah.
And that was it. You remember that?
Yeah.
And then everyone trying to throw ideas on it. Probably he already had this exploit.
Yeah, he already knew.
But he wanted to know what others would do.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, that all his heat research was really good. And then, love it or hate it, at least he built it all into immunity debugger. So, all his knowledge got built into there for, parsing data structures and seeing that stuff. I used to talk to him about a lot back then. And then I would get advertised for jobs at Immunity constantly.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back. It is Dustin Childs with the Zero Day Initiative, the ZDI, bringing you the last few attempts of Pwn2Own 2021. That's right, we're in our last afternoon of our third day. We've seen a lot of really great things so far. The last attempt, I don't know if you saw online, we posted the results. Another partial win. Day 3 is full of partial wins, it seems. In this case, the exploit was fantastic. You saw it run, had great ASCII art, always good with the bonus points, ASCII art. However, it had been reported to the ZDI a couple months ago by someone else. So it does not qualify as a true 0 day and therefore is a partial win. So fantastic work by Alyssa. Let's not downplay that at all. It's fantastic work. So happy that she was able to join us and demonstrate her research. And we certainly hope to see a lot more of her in the future in various contests. Coming up now, we have Vincent Torres of Synactive. He will be targeting the Ubuntu desktop with a local escalation of privilege. We've had 5 attempts so far today. 4 have been partials, 1 was a win. Let's see on the 6th attempt today. Let's see what happens. I'm hoping for another success. It's going for $30,000 and 3 master opponent points. With that, I'll turn it over to my colleague Abdul up in Canada for him to run the exploit. Abdul?
All right. So, Vincent, what should we expect?
We expect a shell root. I hope.
Okay. By the way, everyone, this is Vincent's first Linux exploit, so this is really exciting for both of us. Alrighty. Kevin, can you please turn on the timer? 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Dude, for a first exploit that fast, this is awesome. Okay, let me clear some things. All right. Can you show the screen, please?
Who am I?
Show me the money.
Good job.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
This was congratulations.
So that's another successful demonstration. That's great. That's 6 for 6 today on demonstrations. But now you know what happens. They go off to the disclosure room and the real work begins. It will go through all of the information. We'll make sure that we're not aware of it. Canonical's not aware of it. We do have them on the phone, in the Zoom calls, so we can deconflict right now. So that'll be really great. Also, I hope you enjoyed the first part of that Hacker Hall of Fame roundtable. The second part is coming up between our next attempt. So stick around for that. That's a little over 20 minutes long, that conversation. So even better, and just some great stuff coming up. Oh, I remember who's coming up next. That would be Dalao, the baby cow. He will be coming up, let's see, 14, 15, at 16:30, I believe, is the time. Let me double check the time, which is also a reminder for me to say, make sure you're checking the blog. It's at 15:30 for Dalao, and he will be targeting Parallels Desktop in the virtualization category. So until then, again, enjoy the Hacker Hall of Fame roundtable video, and we'll see you at 15:30 for the next exploit. See ya.
let's switch gears a little bit too. Let's talk about tools. Because I think there's been some real innovation in tools, and I think it was Haifei Li who threw out the AFL, WinAFL, fuzzers. This last decade was really the decade of the fuzzer in many ways. What do you? And there's, I think folks have talked about Ghidra. Let's talk about a little bit about what tools and what on the defensive side, what moved things.
AFL changed drastically everything. I mean, all of us were writing our own, fuzzing frameworks, and probably sharing among us. Some of us didn't even publish them, but probably everyone has my framework as well. So, and we were, trying to evolve and trying to make things better, whether tracing, different brands and switching things as soon as it was getting deeper into the code, and suddenly AFL show up, and everything broke with it. So you couldn't compete against AFL, but to try to add just a few modifications to not hit exactly the same bug that everyone else was basically hitting. And even in the Cyber Grand Challenge, that was the tool everyone used to spot the bugs. So for me, that was why I'm even, building my own fuzzer again.
Again, that's right.
For me, it was hex rays. Like being able to hit F5 and see it be in, let's call pseudocode, was magic. Especially when dealing with like massive amount, like you're reversing Microsoft stuff all day, right? Like just having that at your disposal, and I haven't used it for years, so like I'm sure it's improved since then. But that was literally magic to me. Like when it was, I didn't have to look at all the assembly. I'm like, all right, I just hit F5. I changed names, and like I could understand it as code.
For me, that was hard to use at first because I couldn't even read that C code. And I was, and actually all the stuff that I was doing at that moment I was working for Recruity Labs. The decompiler wouldn't work for any of the architectures that I was hitting. MIPS, SH4, there was like no F5 for that. So I had to reverse, like I always had to do it, line by line, going back to C, and then reading what I reversed. And I had a lot of envy for people who were actually being able to use that.
Yeah, I was doing all the Microsoft stuff at the time, so it was Microsoft.
But when I switched to the platforms that I could use it, and then I started to play with it, it was like the first one that told me about it was Hera.
Yeah.
So Hera from Core, he told me about this thing, and I got at that moment one of these beta versions that ILFA gave away, like the version 3 of the. That was like not as polished as the one has been published at the beginning, but that was actually Hera told me this is going to revolutionize everything, especially reversing crypto.
Now, Neil Mehta did say anything that isn't soft ice is cheating, though. That's on the record for a fact.
That's a blast from the past right there.
I think one of the defining moments for me and one of the defining tools for me was getting to know how to use QEMU properly, right? And that was like Dvorak put me onto QEMU, and I was like, oh wow, this is a productivity increase by like a factor of 10 or more if you do it properly. Like, what have I been doing before? This was so painful. Now I get to actually see things in real time, like introspection on devices that I hadn't had like proper introspection capabilities before. So that was really an eye-opening thing for me. That was around 2014, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. The other thing that blew my mind away was anger.
Yeah.
That was.
With Pmu, it was like before I would have 100 VMs with saved snapshot at a certain breakpoint. And then I could, I knew the current state of, all the registers and all the memories. I always revert back to it. Like it was a time vampire doing the vampire doing things that way.
So here's a question for you guys. Does Ghidra deserve to belong in the Hall of Fame? Did it move the needle, or is it still an IDA world?
I think I wouldn't say it moved needle yet, but both Ghidra and Binja, I think what they did is they broadened the landscape. They offered competition, right? Before that, the only serious tool you had was IDA, right? There was nothing else, right?
Yeah.
Binja and Ghidra, and this really only happened over the last 3-4 years. It finally basically gave you viable real-world alternatives that actually allow you to do something useful, right? Before that, I mean, yeah, you could use some GDB for exploitation. R2, and it's gotten much better, but the problem with R2 for a long time was that it was just constantly unstable. But I mean, Binja and Ghidra really did sort of say, hey, you know what? You don't have to use IDA. It is possible to use other tools to get the similar results. And it's one of these things where you don't get feature parity everywhere. And I don't think that'll ever change. Like you'll see where certain tools are better, a little bit better at other things. You get different accents. But the real game changer to me was just the fact that it's no longer a monopoly, right? We have alternatives that
well, actually,
aren't just IDA Pro.
I think so. When it comes to Radare to R2, Radare can do pretty much basically everything. Yeah. But it's only usable if you have Pancake on your side, which
that's a good point.
He's from the Spanish scene, so we are in the same chat, and we own every single one. All the guys from Intrepids, everyone loved this tool. No one uses it because it's impossible to use, and I'm serious. I mean, it's so freaking hard to learn to use Radare that Pancake always get really frustrated that he has like a tool that can do everything, which it was supposed to be a hex editor at the beginning. And we always, joke telling him it's a great tool that lacks a good hex editor. He goes nuts with it. But the problem is the usability. If you're a human being and you have to deal with all those words he used to do things, it's impossible. At least for me, it's impossible. And for most of the guys that I know, it's impossible.
Yeah, and what's funny is he makes it look simple, and then you try it yourself, and it's like,
impossible.
What's going on?
It's so freaking hard. And the other thing that it has is, and Pancake would disagree with this, it doesn't have a database. It has a replay, but it doesn't have a database. And when the guys from this Binja was released, that was the first tool that you had a database and something that has a GUI, and you could do things with it, and had a decent API. What Ghidra for me, I'm not using. I started to use Ghidra. I got this book from Chris Eagle actually to learn how to use it properly, because everyone's talking great things about it. But my problem is, if I had to do things, I have to get things done, and I go back to it either. That's reality. But the good thing is it's free. Before everybody had to pay a lot of money in order to be able to reverse this entry, and now a lot of people and universities can have everyone learning and adding new features and having access to a world-class, like real good disassembler, and that's extremely powerful.
So actually, I have to disagree with what Ilya said before. I think, or in my opinion, Ghidra has moved the needle in two respects. Namely, distributed collaboration. It was not possible. But
that's a good point.
We were sending around IDBs, right?
That's horrible. Yeah. You make a very good point.
That works. I mean, it's not IDA, so my muscle memory, it's for IDA, and I have to use different things, and it's sometimes really cumbersome because you have to use the mouse to do something instead of hitting two buttons or two keys. But it is it allows us to collaborate more efficiently. And the second thing is SLAY, this language for CPU definitions, right? it allows you to really easily modify CPU definition. So we had a project where we were looking at some like Renesas, whatever 850, which was derived from a V850, but it was not the right kind. So it was like there were two features, like new and like if you put it into IDA, it was semi-okay, but not 100%. And if you put it into Gitter, it's completely broken. So it took me like a weekend, and then I had the SLAY thing fixed, and then I was able to properly decompile the whole thing and able to find. We actually found like a bug in an IPv6 stack on this thing. So without Gitter, I wouldn't have found that, because like reading V850 assembly, yeah, I mean, we had like 2 weeks for finding this bug. I mean, it was like a humongous code base. So
I spent 4 months reading V850 for all the Jeep stuff.
Yeah, that was for the Harmony. This is like a anyway. So yeah, I really think like the fact that you can like just have CPU definitions written in SLAY and then decompile, that's something that has been like missing before.
Good point. Yeah.
Yeah, the decompiler is amazing. Yeah.
So and yeah, so for the summer we're looking for interns that want to enhance the
I would like to add another tool that I mentioned in email. I think Frida really deserves a place.
Oh, Frida is really good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Frida is amazing.
It just made everyone's life
dynamic
easier.
analysis. Yeah, definitely, because it's
I think that's one of the common themes in all these, because one of the things I realized as I was writing some notes for this is that just all the tools that we've taken for granted that we didn't have 10 years ago. So Frida is not a great example, right? Where it's not that we didn't have the capabilities of Frida before. It's just Frida makes it easy. It gives you such a simple and useful interface. You can, never having used Frida, you can take 20 minutes and you can be up and running and start doing things that otherwise would have taken you at least hours, certainly a weekend, and sometimes even more days and weeks, right?
So Intel pin tools, right? Like how you couldn't just use Intel pin, like it was. You had to learn all that shit.
Exactly, that was a huge pain in the ass, right? And that's you see that coming back in Frida. You see that coming back in AFL, right? Because the problem with AFL was, like, there were similar tools. If you look at the academic space of some fuzzing, there were some tools that could do more or less similar things, but they were a huge pain in the ass to set up, and it didn't have Elcom Tough's kind of feel to it, right? So there was a tool like AFL that was that Microsoft made themselves, which they never released. We're talking about 2007, 2008. And that thing, literally, if you look at when they used this thing for the first time in Vista, found thousands and thousands of bugs, right? So if you were around there, you could see the change, right? And it took a few years for AFL to come out, which isn't quite the same, but it does similar things. And then AFL broke just everything. But the really cool thing is that AFL was simple, right? Anybody can use it, right? It's this thing where 20 minutes you can get it set up, you compile your thing, and it just breaks, right? And AFL was so useful and so easy to use that everybody just kind of jumped on board and said, okay, well, how about, I'm missing this thing. How about we add shared memory? How about we make it use with QEMU? How about we make it use on Windows binaries? How about,
Yeah, but at the beginning it was only source code until Ricky did this whole research on putting it to.
That's exactly the point.
That was a huge change.
Because it was so good and so useful and so simple to use that everybody was like, how about this feature? How about this feature? And it just kept growing, and just the usefulness just kept going up. And it's to the point where, I mean, these days, if you're doing, certainly if you're doing anything file-based, if you're not using at least AFL for your testing, like, you're not doing it right. Like, you're not in the 2020s.
3 points, three points about this. So the first thing, like, yes, there were a lot of people who were writing fuzzers in the academic space, but most of them didn't actually release their code. They released papers and not code.
That's true, but there were enough, like Otto Dafe, and there were a few others. Like, there was plenty of them that did. They just were a pain in the ass to use.
Did they use feedback, like feedback-driven, like coverage-based fuzzing?
Yes. There's dozens of them.
Okay.
They just weren't on the same level as the AFL. They sucked. You couldn't get them up and running. They didn't have Mikhail's little touch to it. They didn't have, one of the things I love about Mikhail is, I think, or about EFL, is that it describes itself as like like having that little hacker knowledge in it, the like, oh, well, if I'm doing inst, then let's look for these specific ones and a few of these things that, if you know what you're doing and if you've been doing this stuff for a while, you kind of get a sense for like, what are the values that kind of work for fuzzing, right? And that's baked into AFL. That just comes with it, right? If you don't have that sense,
from the hacker scene as well. I mean, if you look at Jared DeMott, he did academic stuff when he was doing this, how it was called, BEF or something like that. His fuzzer that was trying to go deeper.
Mm-hmm.
In reality, when you wanted to use something like that, it wouldn't work. In real binaries, you couldn't really, use it. Even though it was a great idea, it's an amazing idea. The first fuzzer that I've seen that in reality and in the real world was able to destroy and smash whatever you throw it was AFL.
Yeah.
There's a second thing. Like you spoke about this Microsoft internal tool, and I think you meant Sage, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but that was not purely fuzzing. That was symbolic execution plus fuzzing. And I think what AFL showed at the time was like, hey, you actually don't need, like in most of the cases.
That's true. Yeah, it wasn't exactly the same. You're totally right. It's not exactly the same, but it's on a similar level. And the thing is that you look at the time difference, right? I think AFL came out 2013.
Yeah, I know.
And Sage was 2005, 2006.
So even Sage was extremely complex. But if you look at, for example, Michael Eddington presentation during this conference in Washington DC, they were comparing symbolic different fuzzers, including pitch and from crash bug finding perspective, a simple bit flipping was the one that found most of the bugs.
Yeah.
Have you seen those slides, right?
Yeah.
So Sage in theory was amazing, it was great. But until AFL came, there was nothing that was like in the real world.
Right, exactly. That's
everything
the point,
like
right? Sage was never released, right? So there was only it was a small subsection of the world that had it, and it wasn't quite as simple at the time as AFL was. But of course, the thing about Sage is there was a team behind it. So if you wanted to use it, you would just send them an email and say, "Hey, come by, tell us how to set this up," and they'd spend a few days or a few weeks with you, and you'd be up and running. And it was incredibly successful, though, right? And in terms of results, it was on the same level as AFL, where in a period of 2 or 3 years, I don't remember the exact numbers. It's in a bunch of their academic papers, but we're talking on the order of 7, 8, 10,000 bugs found, right? That's the same level that we had with AFL. The problem is we have to wait almost a decade between a private, now $1 trillion company having this, and someone on the level of Miguel Zalewski saying, hey, you know what? I can build this, I can make it open source, and I can make it easy, right?
That was the point I was just going to make, too. What has changed in the last 10 years is if I had AFL and it was crushing bugs that big, I wouldn't have been sharing it with any of you guys. I would have started all those bugs. Just someone releasing it to everyone, like, to me was a big deal. Like, hey, everything I've ran this against, it's finding bug after bug after bug. Everyone who grabbed it was like, yep, same here. Like, most people would have just kept that all to themselves.
I mean, most of us did.
Yeah, right? Like,
I mean, I was sharing, and if you had, I don't know if you had my buzzer, I think you did, but if you didn't, I can send it to you. You can see, the amount of work that I did on that. And I sent it to Pedro Amini, to everyone. Actually, he even mentioned in his slides when they presented their PMA and all, the fuzzer stuff. We wouldn't share it with anyone else. We were sharing like, oh, I have this tool. Teach me how to use that. Rob, some these things, and suddenly this guy like just throws.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, me and Dr. Raid were sharing the stuff that we had together. And then I was like, well, no one needs to write any of their own form. That's done. Just take AFL and run. That's it. No worries.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty cool, though. That's like something I didn't see coming, I guess,
I mean, that's always this talk caught to me, right? Either you get the bug, or you get the fame, right?
Yeah, true. True.
True.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But
that's a change we saw in the last 10 years, that people are more willing to share their tools. And I mean, clearly it pays off, right? As we saw with FreeDAS with AFL, I mean, there's some other things where the same thing happens over and over, where somebody releases a tool that's good and useful and simple, and it just changes the world, right?
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to day 3 of Pwn2Own 2021. I am Dustin Childs, Communications Manager here at the Zero Day Initiative, and happy to report to you that our last attempt was successful. We saw that demonstration happen live. We went to the disclosure room, and it's a unique bug. It's a double free, so Vincent won $30,000 at 3 Master of Pwn points. Congrats to him. Happy to see another success. So coming up in our penultimate entry, that's right, I said penultimate. It's a perfectly cromulent word. I think we should all work it into our vernacular. It's good. In our penultimate entry, we have Dalao, who will be attempting to go from guest to host on Parallels desktop. Now, I know Abdul is really looking forward to this one. I think we have a special guest stopping by to watch this one happen, too. So without any further ado, I'll hand it off to Abdul and let him run the exploit.
Ready. That's a nice intro right there. Oh, nice picture. Okay. So I don't have much to say about the exploit, especially since the researcher wants to be anonymous. I'll just run the exploit. If it hits, I'm just going to announce that it basically hits. And Kevin, can you please start the timer? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay.
As you may have guessed, there's a little bit of history between Abdul and this particular participant.
All right. Can you mute us a little bit, please?
Okay, that's interesting. They're going on mute. I don't know if that means the first attempt didn't succeed or if there was just some clarifying questions as to what Abdul was looking at. Again, day 3, we should all know this by now, but I'll say just for the newcomers, you have 3 5-minute attempts to demonstrate your exploit within a 20-minute time period. We're currently now sitting at 19 minutes of that 20-minute time period. If there's a failure in your first attempt, you do get 2 other tries. You can also make changes to your exploit if you want to. Some exploits have stability issues. Sometimes it's a race condition and you just have to try again. Sometimes there's issues with compatibility between different laptops. Actually, now that I have your attention, I wanted to talk about our trophy for a minute because we're very close to crowning a Master of Pwn. That's the overall winner. I said I'd get the artist name. Artist is Lex Talkington. He's online at lextalkingtonarts.com, I believe. On Instagram is where he does most of his stuff. Just at Lex Talkington. This is his first work for us, which is the Master of Pwn trophy from our fall event, Pwn2Own Tokyo. You can see that right there. And we like that so much, we said, you know what, we want another one. And he said, I can kind of outdo that last one if y'all want. And we said, yes, please do. And this is the result. The problem is he's done so well, I don't know how he's going to outdo it again within our budget. But if I know anything about budgets, it's how to not stick to them. So I think maybe we can work something out for something in the future. Maybe the wings flapping and opening and closing. Looks like we're coming back in.
The first attempt didn't work, so I'm going to go ahead for the second attempt. Kevin, can you please start the timer? Oh, there you go.
Nice.
Excellent.
There we go.
Did work. There's only a calc if you want to show that, Kevin, because it basically crashed. Awesome. It basically crashed Parallels. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Crashed Parallels, but congratulations. That is definitely a successful demonstration. We got that calc to run on the underlying operating system, even though the code itself was launched within Parallels. So that's a really interesting demonstration. Kind of scary to think of sometimes, where it's like, well, I'm on a VM, whatever, I'll just detonate this malware, boom. What's the worst that could happen? Well, now you know the worst that could happen is you're executing code on the underlying operating system. Now, Dao Lao, brown cow, the young cow, excuse me, will be headed off to the disclosure room, and they will be talking all of the details about the bug. We've had some other Parallels entries in Pwn2Own this year, so maybe it's a collision, maybe it's unique. We'll see how that goes. Follow us on Twitter and find out. We've got one more quick video from the Hacker Hall of Fame, people have been asking online, it's like, hey, I don't have time to watch it now. Can I go back and watch it later? The answer is yes. These videos are going to be archived on the CanSec West YouTube page. Of course, our live streams will stay on our YouTube page, and we'll have the other interviews on our YouTube page probably next week at some point as well. So if you missed it before, you want to go back and take some notes or show your friend or whatever, that you'll absolutely have the chance to do that. Our next attempt, our final attempt, let me see, it's Windows 10, I remember that much. I have to see, I was checking out the Instagram for the Lex, this stuff. You can see some of his stuff as he's putting it on, as he's working on our trophies too. Our final event, our final attempt of Pwn2Own 2021 will be Marcin Wozniacki targeting Windows 10 in the local elevation of privilege category. And when it comes time, I'm not going to pronounce his name any better than either. So sorry, Marcin. I tried. 14:30 Eastern is the time. Join us then. Until then, take care and enjoy the videos. Hello everyone, welcome to Pwn2Own 2020. I'm Dustin Childs with the Zero Day Initiative, and today I am coming to you from our Mid-South headquarters, also known as my home office. With the COVID-19 coronavirus affecting so many people and so many different institutions, this year's competition will be held completely virtually. So we have contestants and ZDI researchers all around the world, and they will come together on a video call for each attempt. Everyone participating has already sent in their exploits to us. So when the time comes, the ZDI researcher will run the exploit with the contestant watching online. So for this year's contest, we have 6 different groups set to run 7 different attempts, 4 today and 3 tomorrow. As a special treat, at the end of day 2, ZDI's Lucas Leong will be demonstrating his own exploit against Oracle VirtualBox. So that'll be at the end of day 2, so be sure to stay to tune in for that as well. Our day began with some Pwn2Own newcomers, a team from the Georgia Tech System Software and Security Lab. They were targeting the Apple Safari web browser with a macOS kernel escalation of privilege.
All right, I'm gonna launch Safari now.
You nervous? Yeah.
They chained together a total of 6 unique bugs, starting with the JIT vulnerability and ending with the Toctile race condition to escape the sandbox and pop a root shell.
Nice.
It will spawn the kernel shell too. Okay.
Oh,
yes.
Look at that.
Nice.
All right. Nice, guys.
Their smooth demonstration earned them $70,000 and 7 points towards Master of Pwn.
I think it's a kind of dream, right? Like for participating in Pwn2Own. We feel like it is kind of like a festival for hackers. Like we can meet some other famous hackers, and we want to talk with them, and we want to discuss with you guys. Maybe we can have beer. Thank you. We really enjoy this, and we are really, happy to achieve our old dream to participate in Pwn2Own. Yeah, we really love it.
Next up, Pwn2Own veteran Fluorescence set his sights on Microsoft Windows 10. Surprising absolutely no one, he used a use after free bug in Windows to escalate privileges from a regular user to administrator.
Right, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, and a pop. There we go.
Nice.
Very nice, yay.
This slick demonstration earned him $40,000 and 4 points towards Master of Pwn.
I'm really happy that Pwn2Own is able to take place even in these crazy circumstances.
So what made you decide to go after an LTE in Windows 10?
I think that Windows is a target that I like doing. So yeah, it's personal preference.
Our third attempt of the day saw another Pwn2Own rookie take the field. Manfred Paul of the Red Rocket CTF team chose to target the Ubuntu desktop with a local privilege escalation exploit.
All right, starting the clock. Woo! All right.
Nice.
Look at that.
Nice.
Congratulations.
He leveraged an improper input validation bug to go from a standard user to root.
Nice work.
Nice and clean.
So clean.
His first foray into the world of Pwn2Own earned him $30,000 and 3 points towards Master of Pwn. What was it that led you to decide to participate in Pwn2Own?
Well, basically I had this bug and I didn't know what else to do with it. I didn't initially plan on participating, but now that remote participation was possible, it was basically a very easy decision to make. I really hope to participate and be able to find new bugs.
The first day of Pwn2Own 2020 ended with the returning fluoroacetate duo of Amat Kama and Richard Zhu ready to defend their Master of Pwn crown.
Yep, ready. All right.
They leveraged a UAF in Windows to escalate from a regular user to system. And yes, this was a different UAF than the one used earlier in the day.
Boom. Yay! Yay!
This final entry of day 1 earned them $40,000 and 4 points towards Master of Pwn.
I'm going to add a 5-minute sleep before.
Don't do that. Just to make it more dramatic, right?
That wraps up the first day of Pwn2Own 2020. Even when we're physically separated by thousands of miles, we're brought together by some great research and exploit demonstrations. Join us tomorrow for our second and final day of the contest. As with today, we'll be tweeting and updating the blog with results as they occur. I'll see you then. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Day 2 of Pwn2Own 2020. I'm Dustin Childs of the Zero Day Initiative. We have 3 attempts and 1 special demonstration on the schedule today, plus we have to crown a Master of Pwn. Let's get to it. Our day began with returning Pwn2Own veteran Fifam Hong of Star Labs targeting Oracle VirtualBox.
All right. Let's run it. Ready? Yep.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
It took all 3 attempts for a successful demonstration, but his 3rd attempt did work like a charm.
There you go. There we go.
Nice.
All right.
Oh gosh.
Ah, man. So much drama.
He combined an info leak and an uninitialized variable to execute code on the host operating system from the guest.
Making dramatic in the.
This earned him $40,000 and 4 points towards Master of Pwn.
I have to say that I am a bit afraid that the exploit will not work in the first 2 attempts, so finally it worked. So I'm happy now.
Did you have concerns about the ZDI people running it for you?
Actually, I don't see any problem here, but if I can reset in Vancouver and see if I can make it faster.
Next up, the fluoroacetate duo returned for their 2nd event of the competition.
All right. Let me know when you're ready, Abdul. Ready. Okay.
This time, they had their sights set on Adobe Reader. In one of the most impressive displays of the competition, they leveraged used after free bugs in Reader and the Windows kernel to escalate the system. All it took was opening a PDF file and the entire system was compromised.
Nice. Wow.
Wow. Very good.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Very nice.
Good job.
This impressive display earned them $50,000 and 5 more points towards Master of Pwn.
Waiting for the command shell to pop was just...
That's a little nerve-wracking, right? Yeah, very nerve-wracking. It's always those moments in Pwn2Own that you never forget.
In the final official entry of Pwn2Own 2020, the Synactive team targeted the VMware workstation with the guest-to-host escape.
Come on. Ah!
All right.
Unfortunately, they couldn't successfully demonstrate their exploit in the allotted time. However, upon disclosure, we did find the bug to be valid and purchased it through the regular ZDI program. We hope to see more from these researchers in the future. For a special bonus, ZDI's own Lucas Leong demonstrated a guest-to-host escape in Oracle VirtualBox. He leveraged an OOB read for an info leak and a use after free bug for code execution. You can watch a video of the demonstration over on our YouTube channel. And that allows us to award our Master of Pwn. It was a tighter race than previous years, but Richard Zhu and Amat Kama of fluoroacetate were again crowned the Master of Pwn. Congratulations, we look forward to seeing more of you in the future.
Amazing feeling. When we first started out, we never could have imagined that we could get Master of Pwn, so it's a big honor.
That's great. Talk me through your last exploit a little bit. So that's kind of a scary one from like especially consumer perspective, because you open a PDF and it takes over your entire system, right?
Yes, and everybody uses Adobe PDF Reader, basically.
Right.
This type of attack has serious consequences.
Cool.
And especially since the attack also happens so quickly, like you cannot react to it. Adobe Reader, it's used by so many people, so many companies, and that makes them all vulnerable to potential exploits, right? So we want to be able to help them fix the software, fix the bugs, and have a safer PDF opening experience.
How was it going virtual?
I guess it's easier to do it virtual, but it's more fun to be there in place, when you're there on site.
I'm actually very impressed that everything is so smoothly. There's no network issues, no connectivity issues.
I hope you saw the tweet, custom hockey jerseys for Master of Pwn.
Awesome.
You've gotten jackets before. Was there a favorite Master of Pwn jacket sort of swag that you go, that one was really great?
All of the jackets are obviously outstanding. One of the ones that stood out was the Pwn2Own Vancouver last year. We had the full racing suit.
The racing suit, yeah, that was pretty good.
That was good.
It was good.
Yeah.
We wanted to be sure to thank everyone who participated in this year's competition. There were definitely obstacles, but everyone was accommodating and worked with us to make Pwn2Own 2020 happen. We wanted to thank the participants for trusting us with their research and allowing us to run each attempt. We wanted to thank vendors like Microsoft, VMware, Apple, Adobe, and Canonical for dialing in throughout the disclosure process. And special thanks go out to our partners Microsoft and Tesla and sponsor VMware for their continued support and assistance before and during the contest.
So what are your first impressions of having the first virtual Pwn2Own complete?
I mean, for me, it's a great relief. There was a lot of stress coming into the competition because of all the changes that were going on. And, we sat down before the event and kind of tried to think of all the different variables that we could control to make sure that, we would have researchers, from all around the world, plus vendors, plus the team spread out, and all the different, contingency plans we need to put in place to actually make this thing successful. And now we're here at the end of the contest, and everything went really smoothly, and I'm quite proud of the team for everything that they pulled off.
So getting to the contest itself, day one, I know I have my personal favorite bug. What were some highlights of the research demonstrated that you all will talk about?
I always love JIT vulnerabilities. That's no secret or surprise because I've done a lot of work in that area. I've done presentations, I've found JIT bugs of my own. So the first attempt from day one, the fact that it starts off the whole competition with a JIT vulnerability, I absolutely love that. Especially since JIT bugs are getting harder to find in Safari, and it's glorious.
I personally like the escalations. All three escalations that we demonstrated the first day were pretty good, very solid. The Ubuntu one was surprisingly fast and reliable.
It shows that they really put in a lot of effort into making sure that when they were running, that they would actually pop the root shell or the system shell. It's something that especially when we have new contestants like Manfred Paul coming into the contest and showing something so unique and so interesting. I think it really brings light. There's a lot of people out there who would like to be involved in this remote aspect. Allows them to do that.
Then moving into day two, we started off with a bit of drama. We got it on the third attempt for the Oracle VirtualBox. That was cool. And then again, to me, the highlight of the most realistic, you open a PDF, you get totally owned. That was a great bug.
Yeah, that was awesome. And frankly, that's probably one of the best exploits for me specifically from day one and day two. I mean, we haven't been seeing, reader exploits the past couple of years coming through Pwn2Own specifically. So this one was kind of nice to have. Plus, it was super reliable.
It's kind of unexpected that bug is there. And the fact that you can go from just a PDF, opening a PDF to kernel level code execution, especially if you were to tie that in with either the VM escapes, that becomes even more impactful.
Okay, so thinking ahead, are we going to stay all virtual, or are we going to end up back in Vancouver next year? Predictions.
I mean, my prediction is I hope that we are back in Vancouver next year, that we're past all this stuff. But I think we're going to look at virtual as something that we're going to try to continue to do. I mean, it opens up the playing field a little bit. It allows us to get people who aren't willing to travel or who are unable to travel for visa reasons. So this has really allowed us to kind of test those out and figure out what's going on.
I miss being in Vancouver this week, so hopefully we can be back there next year.
For me, I'm just happy that it's over and everything went really, really well. So a lot of stress going on with all the changes, so it's good that it went well.
That brings Pwn2Own 2020 to a close. It's been a great contest. We hope to see you this fall as Pwn2Own returns to Tokyo. See you then.
about where exploits are going in the next decade. What are the topics that you think that we're going to be seeing a lot of more in the next little while? I'll throw out one because we were talking about with Ilya before. I think we're going to still see a lot of deserialization bugs in the future, and I think there's a lot of hardware analysis. So with that, what do you guys think?
I think that with maybe also because of the proliferation of exploit mitigations and that progress, probably we are going to see more and more hardware level, low level bugs, like the one we discussed, that somehow bypass these mitigations. And also logic bugs, they're going to be around for, I think, for the next decade, definitely, and then probably forever, because they have some sort of like built-in resistance to anti-memory corruption mitigations, in my opinion. So I think that's where we're going. I mean, probably the mitigations will get better and better, as they did in the past like 10 years and more. But also technology is getting much more complex. As Chris said, now we have Kubernetes and all this microservices paradigm, all this stuff. And more complexity means more bugs, especially logic bugs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it seems like browser bugs and exploits are here to stay, right? Given the, proliferation of browsers running everything and you having accessibility to just-in-time compilers, like
Chris, haven't you seen you can run your browser in the cloud now?
So does it pop the cloud instead of my computer? I'm into that. Like,
there's a company called S2 Systems that was bought by Cloudflare recently, which basically what they do is they shim the SCIA layer in Chrome, so you actually run Chrome in like your own virtual machine somewhere in the cloud, and then it's being sent to you back via RDP or something.
Nice, total privacy.
Yeah, but what's the odds of like that running in mass, right? Like I assume most people are still buying a laptop and using the browser. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, like when you have like JavaScript and everything available to you in the DOM, like just your ability to control things is they could put mitigations till they get blue in the face.
We could you could solve a lot of problems by just getting rid of JavaScript, right, in the browser. If you just went to WebAssembly, you would reduce a lot of attack surface. Yeah. Right? Just like all that JavaScript crap.
Yeah. And then I think and then with like 50% unemployment rates in Silicon Valley immediately, right?
But WebAssembly is not the panacea as it is too. I mean, it's still got vulnerabilities. It's got more bubble wrap on there, but it still exposes some of the stuff in the JavaScript engine in there, and I don't think it's the silver bullet.
Yeah, you're totally right, man. I mean, if you look at some of the recent works by Natalie and some of the folks at NCC, it's clear that there are bugs there. In fact, it brings buffer overflows into your browser renderer. In terms of not exploiting the browser, but exploiting, a particular, executing something in a particular domain. Even though WebAssembly currently doesn't have domain access, you can tie it into JavaScript, which does give you domain access. So, like the NCC guys showed this stuff where it's like, okay, you have a buffer overflow inside of WebAssembly, and that then triggers cross-site scripting inside your JavaScript, which then gives you access to the cookies for some particular website. Right?
If you get rid of JavaScript and just use WebAssembly, you solve a lot of problems. Because have a look at the optimizers in modern JavaScript engines. Like the bug density in your JavaScript engine is much higher than in a WebAssembly implementation.
Yeah, honestly, I think I don't think that's practical. I think asking an entire group of millions of full stack developers to switch from JavaScript, I don't think it's going to happen. And even if it does, it's at least 10 years away. Yeah, no, I think what's more realistic is the approach that Mozilla is doing, which is saying, let's get rid of C++ in the browser and let's do it in Rust. And I think that'll be more realistic. You're asking a much smaller group of developers to change their ways. I don't think getting rid of JavaScript is going to happen.
How big is the portion of Rust in, like, what percentage of the code base of Firefox is Rust these days? Is it 10% or 50%? I don't think it's more than that.
No, it's currently 0, but they're writing an alternative stack, which is fully functional, by the way. It's being tested right now, and the plan is to swap it out when it's production level quality.
In servo.
Exactly. So I think that's much more realistic, right? I think asking millions of developers to switch all of their development overnight, that's never going to happen.
It would solve other problems as well.
Yeah, but that's like saying, well, if everybody changes their ways and nobody writes C code, then we wouldn't have buffer overflows. That's right, but millions of people are going to do that, right?
Have a look at MakePad, makepad.nl. That's written in Rust and compiled to WebAssembly plus WebGL. It's a Rust editor in the browser, or you run it in the VR.
Yeah, I think, but everyone agrees here that browser bugs are going to be around for the foreseeable future, right?
Oh yeah, I mean,
I think there's a lot of ideas of how to, make it harder to exploit them, but I think everyone can agree on that.
Hi everyone, I am Dustin Childs with the Zero Day Initiative, back once again for our final attempt of Pwn2Own 2021. I'm excited for it. Our last attempt saw Dao Lao successfully do his guest to host escape in Parallels Desktop. We went into the disclosure room. Turns out that was a unique Uber-right, so he won $40,000 and 4 points towards Master of Pwn. That gets us surprisingly close to 1.2 million for the entire contest, which is absolutely fantastic and really blows away our expectations. Super excited about it. But let's go to our final attempt first. Marcin is a frequent submitter to the program. We encouraged him to participate in Pwn2Own, and he did. So he's here, Marcin Wazowski. He's going to attempt to do a local escalation of privileges on Windows 10. I'm not going to beat around the bush and let's just get to it. Abdul, I'm going to hand it off to you, and let's run this exploit.
All right, that's a nice picture, Marcin, of you over there. So it's nice to have you with us today, and we also have a special guest, Simon Zuckerbrown from my team. Thank you for being here. So Marcin, what should we expect once we run the exploit?
We should see another command window elevated this time, within maybe 3 seconds.
Okay, so let's get this rolling. Kevin, can you please start the timer? Right, 3, 2, 1. I mean, what can I say? It's
2,000.
all I can say is it's top notch, as we all know. You can go ahead and please show the screen. This is very nice, very nicely done.
Show me the money.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Please.
I like that you put it in one background too. That's outstanding, and that's real quick. Very reliable. It looks very reliable. At least it worked in seconds the first time. He was accurate. Said it should take about 3 seconds. It took maybe 2.5. I'll take it. So that's it. That wraps up Pwn2Own 2021. Marcin is going to go off into the disclosure room, talk about the details of that bug. It was great that Simon was there for that too. Simon works a lot of Marcin's cases, so getting them a little FaceTime, always great. Folks, it's been an amazing week. We've got just one more thing left to do, and that's the roundtable. So at the end of the day, what is it time right now? It is 16:30 right now. So at 17:30 Eastern, I'm going to sit down with Abdul and with the ZDI director, Brian Gorance. We're going to talk about the whole program. We're going to announce who won Master of Pwn. I'll tweet out that information as well. Who gets the trophy, who gets the jacket, that sort of thing. If you have any questions for us, please tweet it to us. Use hashtag Pwn2Own. We are at the ZDI. Also, I've had a lot of fun staring into a camera and talking to myself this week. If you enjoyed it, let me know. I'm at Dustin_Childs. If you have any questions, maybe suggestions for next time, I'd love to hear it. I like any feedback I can get. I was happy to know that people didn't like my mic. Just meant they were listening. So I'm happy for that. I'll take it. And if not, then thanks for paying attention as much as you have. We've really enjoyed it. I'll see you at the round table at 17:30. So until then, take care. I'll just stay on camera for a little bit longer too. That's cool.
Hi, we are at Pwn2Own Tokyo 2019 here at the St. Grace Cathedral in Shibuya. We are hacking IoT things, we are hacking mobile things. You might be wondering what it looks like inside. Let's go. And here we go. This is where the magic happens.
Show me what you got. Back that up, back that up.
All of our attempts take place up here. We have an RF enclosure so that anything we do doesn't interfere with anyone else, and what they are doing in there can't be interfered with. We are about to see an attempt against a TV, which is a first this year at Pwn2Own Tokyo. They are setting up now. Let's see what's going to happen.
Show me what you got.
Our day began with the fluoroacetate duo of Amat Kama and Richard Zhu targeting the Sony X800G television. This was the first attempt against a television in Pwn2Own history, but it took no time for the Pwn2Own veterans to get a bind shell due to a JavaScript out-of-bounds read in the embedded web browser. Their first successful exploit of the contest earned them $15,000 and 2 points towards Master of Pwn. Next up, Pwn2Own newcomers Pedro Ribeiro and Radek Lomański of Team Flashback targeted the LAN interface of the Netgear NetHawk Smart Wi-Fi router. The router category is also new for us in this year's event, and several entrants decided to test their skills against the ubiquitous devices. Pedro and Radek had no problems leading the way by using a stack-based buffer overflow to get a shell on the router. Their first foray into the Pwn2Own world earned them $5,000 and half a Master of Pwn point. In a day full of first, the fluoroacetate duo returned for our first attempt ever in the home automation category. They chose the Amazon Echo Show 5 for their target, and with the device in an RF enclosure to ensure no outside interference, they used an integer overflow in JavaScript to compromise the unit and take control. The exploit earned them $60,000 and 6 Master of Pwn points. Richard and Amat returned to the television category, this time targeting the Samsung Q60. Although their first attempt failed, their second attempt was able to use an integer overflow in JavaScript to get a reverse shell from the television.
Show me what you got.
This successful demonstration earned the team another $20,000 and 2 more Master of Pwn points. Richard and Amat returned once more, this time targeting the first handset of the competition. They used a JavaScript bug that jumped the stack to exfiltrate a picture from the Xiaomi Mi9. Once patched, this should prove to be an interesting write-up. They earned another $20,000 and 2 more Master of Pwn points for their efforts. Next, the flashback duo of Pedro Ribeiro and Radek Lomański targeted the WAN interface of the Netgear NetHawk Smart Wi-Fi router. Although their attempt took some time due to the device starting up, they were able to remotely modify the router's firmware such that their payload persisted across even a factory reset. That's pretty much the definition of persistence. They earned $20,000 and 1 more Master of Pwn point for their successful demonstration. In their final attempt of the day, Pedro and Radek targeted the LAN interface of the TP-Link AC1750 Smart Wi-Fi router. They used a total of 3 different bugs, starting with the command injection vulnerability, to get their code executed on the target. They earned themselves another $5,000 and half a Master of Pwn point. That brings their total winnings for their first day of their first Pwn2Own ever to $30,000. Not a bad first day. The team from F-Secure Labs, Mark Barnes, Toby Drew, Max von Amerigon, and James Lerero, were up next, also targeting the TP-Link AC1750. Although they had a successful demonstration, complete with synchronized lights on the router, the exploit used some of the same bugs as the previous contestant. It still qualified as a partial win, but no Master of Pwn points were awarded. It was still a great demonstration, especially the Vegas lights on the router. In their final attempt for day 1, Richard and Amat returned to target the Samsung Galaxy X10 versus the NFC component. They used a bug in JavaScript JIT, followed by a UAF to escape the sandbox and grab a picture off the phone. All it took was a tap. Their final entry for day 1 earned them $30,000 and 3 Master of Pwn points. That puts their day 1 total at $145,000. They also have a commanding lead on Master of Pwn with 15 total points. In our final attempt of the day, the crew from F-Secure Labs targeted the Xiaomi Mi9 in the web browser category. They successfully demonstrated their exploit by using a chain of 2 logic bugs. However, one of these was known by the vendor previously. That does make it a partial win, and they still received $20,000 and 2 Master of Pwn points. That wraps up our first day of Pwn2Own Tokyo for 2019. We've seen some exciting research and set quite a few firsts in our contest. First television, first router, and first home automation. Tomorrow looks to be just as exciting, with both baseband attempts occurring first thing in the morning. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and watch the blog for current updates. We'll see you tomorrow. follow us on Twitter and watch the blog for current updates. We'll see you tomorrow.
Got the money in the bank.
The second and final day of Pwn2Own Tokyo 2019 is in the books, and much like day one, some great research was put on display. The day began somewhat quietly as Team Fluoroacetate withdrew their entry targeting the baseband component of the Oppo F11 Pro handset. Instead, they moved straight to the Samsung Galaxy S10 in the same category. Their Rogue base station used a Stack Overflow to push their file onto the target handset. The successful demonstration earned them $50,000 and 5 Master of Pwn points. This is the third year in a row the Samsung handset has been compromised via baseband. In their penultimate entry of the contest, Richard and Amat turned their attention to the LAN interface of the Netgear Nighthawk Smart Wi-Fi router. They were able to successfully demonstrate their research. However, their auth bypass had been used by a previous contestant's entry. This makes this attempt only a partial win. Next up, Pedro Ribeiro and Radek Damiansky of Team Flashback continued their run on wireless routers by targeting the WAN port of the TP-Link AC1750 Smart Wi-Fi router. They used a Stack Overflow combined with a logic bug to gain code execution on the device. This earned them $20,000 and 1 more point towards Master of Pwn. They wrap up their first Pwn2Own with a total of $50,000 and 4 successful demonstrations. We certainly hope this is just the beginning of a long and prosperous Pwn2Own career. The team from F-Secure Labs, which includes Mark Barnes, Toby Drew, Max Van Emerangen, and James Luderiero, began their second day of the competition, also by targeting the WAN interface of the TP-Link AC1750 Smart Wi-Fi router. They combined a command ejection bug along with some insecure defaults to gain code execution on the device. They also put their LED light skills on display by having the front of the router play the Snake game for us. Style points aside, this successful demonstration earned them $20,000 and 1 more Master of Pwn points. In their final entry for the contest, the F-Secure Labs team targeted the Xiaomi Mi9 handset via the NFC component. In order to exfiltrate the photo from the phone, they tapped it to their specially crafted NFC tag. That triggered a cross-site scripting bug in the NFC component and sent a picture to a different phone that they had controlled. This effort earned them $30,000 and 3 Master of Pwn points. That brings their contest total to $70,000 and puts them in second place in the Master of Pwn standings. The final entry of the contest put the fluoroacetate duo targeting the web browser of the Samsung Galaxy S10. They employed an integer overflow along with a UAF for the sandbox escape to exfiltrate a picture off the phone. While their demonstration was successful, it turns out a part of their bug chain had been used by a previous contestant. Still, it was great to see the contest come to a close without any failed entries. That brings our contest to a close, and with $195,000 and 18.5 points, the fluoroacetate duo of Richard Zhu and Amat Kama retained their title of Master of Pwn, their third in a row. They also picked up some more fancy garments to add to their wardrobe, as the Master of Pwn jackets fit perfectly. Overall, we awarded more than $315,000 over the 2-day contest, while purchasing 18 different bugs in the various products. On-site vendors have received the details of these bugs and now have 90 days to produce security patches to address the bugs we reported. That wraps up Pwn2Own Tokyo for 2019. It's been a great couple of days and we've seen some amazing research. Follow us on Twitter and we look forward to seeing you at our next Pwn2Own contest, which takes place in sunny Miami Beach, Florida. Our focus shifts away from consumer electronics to industrial control systems. We hope to see you there.
In 2020, the Trend Micro Zero-Day Initiative program published 1,453 vulnerability advisories, a 40% increase from 2019. Among these, high and critical severity flaws saw a spike in numbers as well. As discovered vulnerabilities increase, threat actors also devise more ways to exploit these. How are vulnerabilities abused by cybercriminals at present? Targeted attacks are one of the most menacing ways that cybercriminals undertake such abuse. Through our constant monitoring efforts at Trend Micro Research, we have uncovered major targeted attacks that abuse flaws to infiltrate a system. Recently, we spotted Operation Earth Kitsune, an attack that used Google Chrome and Internet Explorer vulnerabilities to conduct a watering hole campaign through compromised North Korean websites. Another is Operation Poison News, where we discovered that threat actors took advantage of an N-day proof of concept code and several privileged escalation bugs released by Google's Project Zero to target users in Hong Kong. We also spotted a campaign linked to the Sidewinder APT group. Aside from learning that this scheme uses 3 apps, we also demonstrated how one of them exploits a bug in Binder in Android. Vulnerabilities beyond the usual domains are also growing, and we, at Trend Micro Research, keep an eye on these as well. In particular, we analyzed at-risk areas in the industrial Internet of Things space. In one of our papers, we explored several attack vectors that could be used by threat actors to launch unconventional attacks on smart manufacturing systems. In a separate research, we deployed an elaborate honeypot to observe attacks that can affect unsecured manufacturing environments. We also identified exploitable flaws in widely used industrial automation machines and showed how an attacker can control the movements of a robot by altering its automation script. Additionally, we demonstrated how the IoT protocols MQTT and CoAP are affected by design and implementation vulnerabilities that allow attackers to disrupt systems that use these protocols. For cloud security, we analyzed weak points in serverless architectures to discover possible compromise and attack scenarios in these environments. Indeed, cybercriminals remain persistent in abusing every exploitable weakness. Together with our ZDI program, we continue our efforts to protect systems from nefarious schemes. To learn more about our research, visit the official website of Trend Micro Research.
This is a smart manufacturing system that makes toy cell phones. We did research on it to examine the types of unconventional attacks that could be launched on smart manufacturing systems. This smart manufacturing system is completely modular. It consists of 7 stations, each containing a programmable logic controller, or PLC, a human-machine interface, or HMI, and the physical machine that does the actual work, such as a robot. In this research scenario, the robot arm is not working properly. Even though there are safety limits to the machines to prevent damage in case of malfunctions, the robot arm suddenly falls near the conveyor belt. How did this happen? Let's begin by checking the Manufacturing Execution System, or MES, and seeing how the production process is running. At first glance, the operation seems to be running normally. The production order shows that all phone cases should get drilled on the right side. But how come this case has a hole that has been drilled on the left side? Data may have been mangled on the MES. Let's inspect the HMI to find out. The HMI is not responding and is unable to communicate with the MES. It appears that there's an attacker on the network, who is spoofing Address Resolution Protocol or ARP packets and keeping the network down. But the whole system was designed to be completely isolated, and an attacker shouldn't have been able to get in. It's possible that rogue software has been downloaded to the engineering workstation. But no, there's just an industrial add-in for the robotics development environment. This add-in comes from the vendor's app store, so it's presumably safe. Industrial app stores such as this have been gaining traction. However, we've found that not all of the add-ins in the App Store are vetted properly. For example, this add-in is apparently for research purposes only, and has no actual functions. But it was added to the App Store nonetheless. During our research, we found and reported a vulnerability in the App Store. Before the flaw was fixed, it was possible to bypass the vetting process. As a result, the add-in was immediately available for download. Now, it has complete control of the engineering workstation. However, upon checking the network logs, we see that the engineering workstation isn't performing any spoofing. The attacker may have compromised the development workstation, or the repository of an open-source project library to Trojanize the custom Industrial Internet of Things, or IIoT device in this factory, that's used for temperature sensing and anomaly detection. Looking at the code of the firmware though, we don't see anything suspicious. The code is just reading from the temperature sensor using the driver. It's possible that the ARP spoofing code is hidden in a Trojanized library instead. This explains why the HMI got disconnected from the network in the MES. It also explains the unusual temperature readings that have been triggering emergency stops. But what about the robot? It's protected by a password. This means that an attacker would still need the password to gain access to the robot. During our research, we found and reported a vulnerable mobile HMI app. This mobile HMI exposed sensitive authentication information that could allow an attacker to reverse engineer the credentials stored in it. The attacker would then know the password to the robot and be able to send movement commands to it. The attacker, having gained access to the engineering workstation, may have used vulnerable or malicious automation logic to send unintended movement commands to the robot or install a backdoor to control the robot from the network. With our research, we emphasize that since all of the machines in a smart manufacturing system are on the same flat network, they are isolated from the outside world, but not from one another. This gives rise to a complex ecosystem that has repercussions on the types of attacks that are possible in smart manufacturing systems. For more details and insights on these attacks, visit www.trendmicro.com and read our research, Attacks on Smart Manufacturing Systems, a forward-looking security analysis.
What if a perfectly patched industrial machine can still harbor unknown vulnerabilities where no one is looking? What if the technology that drives these industrial machines is not limited to automation tasks, but actually allows self-propagating malware to hide in the logic? Industrial programmable machines such as robots are used in many sectors, including automotive, avionics, pharmaceutical, and food production. They are very flexible and can perform many different tasks. Here we see 3 robots in normal operation doing a pick-and-place task. This software is a simulator used to write production automation scripts. These automation scripts are the core of a robot's logic, and are usually written by automation engineers and system integrators. In this demonstration, all the software running on the robot, such as the operating system, is patched and free from any bugs. On top of the traditional software stack, all robots perform their task by continuously running an automation script that listens for commands from the factory network. The script does not perform validation on the received commands because it trusts the data that comes from the factory network. We found cases similar to this script on public code repositories, and of course we reported them. Also, based on the conversations within the most active online communities for automation engineers, it seems that they are not very concerned about the potential security risks in the automation scripts they write. Fortunately, only the first robot on the left is within the reach of a potential attacker on the network. The others are connected only to the first one via a local-only isolated network. Short of vulnerabilities in the regular software stack, the attacker in our demonstration tries to exploit the lack of data validation in the automation script. Now, the first robot is no longer running the original automation script. It's running a modified version that the attacker has uploaded by exploiting the lack of validation. The attacker can now try to interfere with normal operation, for example by injecting code that sends signals at unexpected times. The attacker may also be a bit more creative and make the compromised robot dance. or they may use the robot to scan the isolated network for other vulnerable targets. And finally send a propagation command to the malware that they have written in this custom language, thus infecting the other robots. These issues do not arise from specific vulnerabilities in the vendor supply software, for which the vendors normally provide timely patches. We analyzed the 8 leading platforms and found out that the root cause of these issues is a bit deeper. The programming platforms offer some security-sensitive features that lead to vulnerabilities and enable the development of custom targeted malware that won't be detected by traditional scanners. Automation scripts are an overlooked attack vector that should be treated and managed like any other regular software. In our paper, we describe the details of our findings and suggest short and long-term mitigations for control process engineers, system integrators, and OEMs.
Hello everyone, welcome to Pwn2Own 2020. I'm Dustin Childs with the Zero Day Initiative, and today I'm coming to you from our Mid-South headquarters, also known as my home office. With the COVID-19 coronavirus affecting so many people and so many different institutions, this year's competition will be held completely virtually. So we have contestants and ZDI researchers all around the world, and they will come together on a video call for each attempt. Everyone participating has already sent in their exploits to us. So when the time comes, the ZDI researcher will run the exploit with the contestant watching online. So for this year's contest, we have 6 different groups set to run 7 different attempts, 4 today and 3 tomorrow. As a special treat, at the end of day 2, ZDI's Lucas Leong will be demonstrating his own exploit against Oracle VirtualBox. So that'll be at the end of day 2, so be sure to stay to tune in for that as well. Our day began with some Pwn2Own newcomers, a team from the Georgia Tech System Software and Security Lab. They were targeting the Apple Safari web browser with a macOS kernel escalation of privilege.
All right, I'm gonna launch Safari now.
You nervous?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
They chained together a total of 6 unique bugs, starting with the JIT vulnerability and ending with the Toctile race condition to escape the sandbox and pop a root shell.
Nice, nice.
It will spawn the kernel shell too. Okay.
Oh,
yes.
Look at that.
Nice.
All right. Nice,
Well done.
guys.
Their smooth demonstration earned them $70,000 and 7 points towards Master of Pwn.
I think it's a kind of dream, right? for participating in Pwn2Own. We feel like it is kind of like a festival for hackers. Like we can meet some other famous hackers, and we want to talk with them, and we want to discuss with you guys. Maybe we can have beer. Thank you. We really enjoy this, and we are really happy to achieve our old dream to participate in Pwn2Own. Yeah, we really love it.
Next up, Pwn2Own veteran Fluorescence set his sights on Microsoft Windows 10. Surprising absolutely no one, he used a use after free bug in Windows to escalate privileges from a regular user to administrator.
Right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, and a pop. There we go.
Nice.
Very nice. Yay.
This slick demonstration earned him $40,000 and 4 points towards Master of Pwn.
I'm really happy that Pwn2Own is able to take place even in these crazy circumstances.
So what made you decide to go after an LTE in Windows 10?
I think that Windows is a target that I like doing. So yeah, it's personal preference.
Our third attempt of the day saw another Pwn2Own rookie take the field. Manfred Paul of the Red Rocket CTF team chose to target the Ubuntu desktop with a local privilege escalation exploit.
All right, starting the clock. Woo!
All right.
Look at that.
Nice.
Congratulations.
He leveraged an improper input validation bug to go from a standard user to root.
Nice work.
Nice and clean.
So clean.
His first foray into the world of Pwn2Own earned him $30,000 and 3 points towards Master of Pwn.
What was it that led you to decide to participate in Pwn2Own?
Well, basically I had this bug and I didn't know what else to do with it. I didn't initially plan on participating, but now that remote participation was possible, it was basically a very easy decision to make. I really hope to participate and be able to find new bugs.
The first day of Pwn2Own 2020 ended with the returning fluoroacetate duo of Amat Kama and Richard Zhu ready to defend their Master of Pwn crown.
Yep, ready. All right.
They leveraged a UAF in Windows to escalate from a regular user to system. And yes, this was a different UAF than the one used earlier in the day.
Boom.
Yay! Yay!
This final entry of day one earned them $40,000 and 4 points towards Master of Pwn.
I'm going to add like a 5-minute sleep before.
Don't do that.
Just to make it more dramatic, right?
That wraps up the first day of Pwn2Own 2020. Even when we're physically separated by thousands of miles, we're brought together by some great research and exploit demonstrations. Join us tomorrow for our second and final day of the contest. As with today, we'll be tweeting and updating the blog with results as they occur. I'll see you then. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Day 2 of Pwn2Own 2020. I'm Dustin Childs of the Zero Day Initiative. We have 3 attempts and 1 special demonstration on the schedule today, plus we have to crown a Master of Pwn. Let's get to it. Our day began with returning Pwn2Own veteran Fifam Hong of Star Labs targeting Oracle VirtualBox.
Alright. Let's run it. Ready? Yep.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
It took all 3 attempts for a successful demonstration, but his 3rd attempt did work like a charm.
There you go. There we go.
Nice.
All right.
Gosh.
Ah, man. So much drama.
He combined an info leak and an uninitialized variable to execute code on the host operating system from the guest.
Make it dramatic in the
This earned him $40,000 and 4 points towards Master of Pwn.
I have to say that I am a bit afraid that the exploit will not work in the first 2 attempts, but finally it's worked. So I'm happy now.
Did you have concerns about the ZDI people running it for you?
Actually, I don't see any problem here, but if I can reset in back profile and see I can make it faster.
Next up, the fluoroacetate duo returned for their 2nd event of the competition.
All right. Let me know when you're ready, Abdul. Ready. Okay.
This time, they had their sights set on Adobe Reader. In one of the most impressive displays of the competition, they leveraged used after free bugs in Reader and the Windows kernel to escalate the system. All it took was opening a PDF file and the entire system was compromised.
Nice.
Wow.
Wow. Very good.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Very nice.
Good job.
This impressive display earned them $50,000 and 5 more points towards Master of Pwn.
Waiting for the command shell to pop is just...
That's nerve-wracking,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, very nerve-wracking. It's always those moments in Pwn2Own that you never forget.
In the final official entry of Pwn2Own 2020, the Synactive team targeted the VMware workstation with a guest-to-host escape.
Come on.
All right.
Unfortunately, they couldn't successfully demonstrate their exploit in the allotted time. However, upon disclosure, we did find the bug to be valid and purged it through the regular ZDI program. We hope to see more from these researchers in the future. For a special bonus, ZDI's own Lucas Leong demonstrated a guest-to-host escape in Oracle VirtualBox. He leveraged an OOB read for an info leak and a use-after-free bug for code execution. You can watch a video of the demonstration over on our YouTube channel. And that allows us to award our Master of Pwn. It was a tighter race than previous years, but Richard Zhu and Amat Kama of fluoroacetate were again crowned the Master of Pwn. Congratulations, we look forward to seeing more of you in the future.
Amazing feeling. When we first started out, we never could have imagined that we could get Master of Pwn, so it's a big honor.
That's great. Talk me through your last exploit a little bit. So that's kind of a scary one from especially consumer perspective, because you open a PDF and it takes over your entire system, right?
Yes, and everybody uses Adobe PDF Reader, basically.
Right.
This type of attack has serious consequences.
Cool.
And especially since the attack also happens so quickly, you cannot react to it. Adobe Reader, it's used by so many people, so many companies, and that makes them all vulnerable to potential exploits, right? So we want to be able to help them fix the software, fix the bugs, and have a safer PDF opening experience.
How was it going virtual?
I guess it's easier to do it virtual, but it's more fun to be there in place, when you're there on site.
I'm actually very impressed that everything is so smoothly. There's no network issues, no connectivity issues.
I hope you saw the tweet, custom hockey jerseys for Master of Pwn.
Awesome.
You've gotten jackets before. Was there a favorite Master of Pwn jacket sort of swag that you go, oh, that one was really great?
All of the jackets are obviously outstanding. One of the ones that stood out was the Pwn2Own Vancouver last year. We had the gold racing suit.
The racing suit, yeah, that was pretty good.
That was good.
It was good.
Yeah.
We wanted to be sure to thank everyone who participated in this year's competition. There were definitely obstacles, but everyone was accommodating and worked with us to make Pwn2Own 2020 happen. We wanted to thank the participants for trusting us with their research and allowing us to run each attempt. We wanted to thank vendors like Microsoft, VMware, Apple, Adobe, and Canonical for dialing in throughout the disclosure process. And special thanks go out to our partners Microsoft and Tesla and sponsor VMware for their continued support and assistance before and during the contest.
So what are your first impressions of having the first virtual Pwn2Own complete?
I mean, for me, it's a great relief. There was a lot of stress coming into the competition because of all the changes that were going on. And, we sat down before the event and kind of tried to think of all the different variables that we could control to make sure that, we would have researchers, from all around the world, plus vendors, plus the team spread out, and all the different, contingency plans we need to put in place to actually make this thing successful. And now we're here at the end of the contest, and everything went really smoothly, and I'm quite proud of the team for everything that they pulled off.
So getting to the contest itself, day one, I know I have my personal favorite bug. What were some highlights of the research demonstrated that y'all will talk about?
I always love JIT vulnerabilities. That's no secret or surprise because I've done a lot of work in that area. I've done presentations, I've found JIT bugs of my own. So the first attempt from day one, the fact that it starts off the whole competition with a JIT vulnerability, I absolutely love that. Especially since JIT bugs are getting harder to find in Safari, and it's glorious.
I personally like the escalations. All three escalations that we demonstrated the first day were pretty good, very solid. The Ubuntu one was surprisingly fast and reliable.
It shows that they really put in a lot of effort into making sure that when they were running, that they would actually pop the root shell or the system shell. It's something that especially when we have new contestants like Manfred Paul coming into the contest and showing something so unique and so interesting. I think it really brings light. There's a lot of people out there who would like to be involved in this remote aspect. Allows them to do that.
Then moving into day two, we started off with a bit of drama. We got it on the third attempt for the Oracle VirtualBox. That was cool. And then again, to me, the highlight of the most realistic, you open a PDF, you get totally owned. That was a great bug.
Yeah, that was awesome. And frankly, that's probably one of the best exploits for me specifically from day one and day two. I mean, we haven't been seeing, reader exploits the past couple of years coming through Pwn2Own specifically. So this one was kind of nice to have. Plus, it was super reliable.
It's kind of unexpected that bug is there. And the fact that you can go from just a PDF, opening a PDF to kernel level code execution, especially if you were to tie that in with either the VM escapes, that becomes even more impactful.
Okay, so thinking ahead, are we going to stay all virtual, or are we going to end up back in Vancouver next year? Predictions?
I mean, my prediction is I hope that we are back in Vancouver next year, that we're past all this stuff. But I think we're going to look at virtual, something that we're going to try to continue to do. I mean, it opens up the playing field a little bit. It allows us to get, people who aren't willing to travel or who are unable to travel for visa reasons. So this has really allowed us to kind of test those out and figure out what's going on.
I miss being in Vancouver this week, so hopefully we can be back there next year.
For me, I'm just happy that it's over and everything went really, really well. So a lot of stress going on with all the changes, so it's good that it went well.
That brings Pwn2Own 2020 to a close. It's been a great contest. We hope to see you this fall as Pwn2Own returns to Tokyo. See you then. Well, hello everyone, and welcome to our final little roundtable, wrapping up all that is Pwn2Own 2021. My name is Dustin Childs. I'm coming to you from Austin with love. And joining me today is Brian Gorence, who's the director of ZDI, and Abdul Aziz Hariri, who is our senior manager. Abdul, Brian, how are you guys doing today?
Doing great over here. Been a long day.
Doing fantastic.
It's over.
It is.
It has been a long day, and we'll start with the total number. So through the 3-day contest, we bought 23 unique 0 days, which was nice because we had 23 entries, so it works out for an entry. But we spent $1,210,000, which is a record for us for Pwn2Own, and I think it's astonishing, especially considering our other highest one had been around 850. So we really blew it away. Brian, did you when we sat down at the beginning of the year and thought about Pwn2Own 2021, did you really think that we were going to hit $1 million?
I mean, it's always been a goal for us, like in the organization, to try to hit $1 million at Pwn2Own. But you never know what's going to happen. I mean, that's the thing is when we're sitting here planning for Pwn2Own, trying to lay out our budgets for the next year, we have to anticipate what we think the vulnerability marketplace is going to do, what the exploit marketplace is going to do, what's going to be hot when Pwn2Own in March comes around, what's going to be hot when Pwn2Own in November happens. And so, for us, we Abdul and I sit down early in the year trying to figure out how we're going to put the targets out, what the prices are going to be, and look at what we can do to try to drive the industry forward with the pricing. We saw, when we initially launched the rules, we didn't know that exchange vulnerabilities were going to be actively exploited in the wild, but we put the $200,000 on that, and that came in pretty hot this year. So we're pretty excited to get some of those pre-auth vulnerabilities, our pre-auth RCEs off of the marketplace. And, hopefully Microsoft can patch them up in the upcoming Patch Tuesday.
Show me the money.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see if that happens or not. I remember in 2020. Thank you. In 2020, the big exchange bug was CVE 2020-0688. I know we'd blogged about that, and that saw a lot of action too. So yeah, very interesting that we announce exchange inclusion in Pwn2Own, and then so many exchange bugs getting popped realistically. Abdul, that was obviously one of the big bugs that came out of this contest. The other two were the Microsoft Teams bug and, of course, the Zoom bug. When you sat down with Brian writing the rules, did you think you would get 3 bugs of that level?
Absolutely not. So usually at Pwn2Own, when we introduce a new target or a new category, we don't really expect much from the first year. It's like planting the seeds for the following years. And basically, it was very surprising to have all 3 in the same event. It was great to see, Zoom, Teams, and Exchange, the 3 of them being targeted in the same event.
Yeah, it's one of those things too. Brian and I were talking last night, already laying the seeds for Pwn2Own 2022 about how we could expand the enterprise communications category and what else we could add in there. I think that's definitely an interesting and fertile ground. There haven't been a lot of deep research in that area yet. Abdul, did you see anything else in this contest that you thought was surprising?
One of the highlights is actually having ELISA targeting virtualization. That was actually something really nice to see. The first female participating in Pwn2Own history, which is awesome. From a targets perspective, it's the 3 that basically definitely stand up: Exchange, Zoom, and Teams. It was quite interesting this year to see that much kernel local elevation of privilege exploits being demonstrated at Pwn2Own. We've had 4 Linux EOPs, 5 Windows EOPs, regardless of whether some of them were partials or not, but it was definitely interesting to see.
Right.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
that was
I
pretty
think,
interesting.
to add into
considering-
there, if I can, Dustin, real fast, I think what's interesting about the local elevation of privileges is, for the longest time in Pwn2Own, we had, it was a browser focused contest. And so, we'd want to see browser exploits come in with, a sandbox escape or some sort of kernel privilege escalation to break out of the sandbox. And we were doing a lot of discussion internally of how can we get more participation in the contest? How can we get more people involved who maybe not be specialists in browser exploitation? And so, several years ago, we made that change to the contest to have local privilege escalations as kind of their own category. And we've really seen that blossom over the last several years with a lot more people participating. Some of the people who are participating now are active submitters into the program. And so not only do we get to see their bugs throughout the year, but then we get to see how they get really good at exploitation as well, and come out and participate in the Pwn2Own contest. And it really is, helped, I think, spread the number of researchers that can participate in the contest, and allows us to, have more impact on the industry throughout the years.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and it almost kind of leads us to the last participants, Marcin, who had submitted to the program but hadn't participated in Pwn2Own before. Abdul, what do you think it took to get him to go from just a submitter to actually writing a full exploit and participating in Pwn2Own? I mean, his work has always been stellar, but still there's a difference between finding a bug and then writing the exploit for the bug.
Marcin specifically is the guy who usually ships full exploits with his submissions. So it wasn't really surprising to see a full exploit from Marcin, at least to us. We know the guy. We know that he has high caliber of work over there. It was nice to see him for the first time participate at Pwn2Own. It's something we've been kind of trying to talk it through with him, just come here, participate Pwn2Own. You can submit, you can do this. We've seen your work, and it was nice to see that from him.
Yeah, there has been a lot of great research demonstrated over the last 3 days, but we still haven't formally. I mean, after actually the first 2 days, it was kind of mathematically done. But Master of Pwn, let's get to that. It's the overall winner. We add up all of the points, and if we can put up the Master of Pwn final standings, you'll see something at the top of that leaderboard, and that's a three-way tie at the top of the leaderboard for Master of Pwn. Kevin, can we show the standings? We actually had quite a few ties when it came to Master of Pwn. I think there were 6 researchers. There we go. 6 researchers who were tied at 4 points apiece, and then 3 each at 3 and 2 points apiece. But we've got Team DevCore, we've got OV, and then we've got Don and Thiz, all with 20 points each. Brian, we haven't had a tie before. What do we do?
Yeah, no, this is one where we had to kind of go out and look at the rule book. I've been developing the Pwn2Own rules, for the last 8 years or so, and we had to go dig in there and remember what we wrote when we actually had a tie for a Master of Pwn. But so the way that the rules work for Master of Pwn is actually everybody is Master of Pwn if there's a tie, and so each team there, Team DevCore, OV, and the guys from CompuTest each get 65,000 ZDI reward points, which qualifies them for platinum in the following year, which is an excellent benefit to have for anybody who submits to the program. It allows you to get a kicker every time you get an offer for us. So your offers are worth more. And so that's how it works. It's the one rule that we wrote a long time ago that we were never sure we were actually going to hit. And here we are, 2021, doing everything virtual. And we have a 3-way tie at the top. And I think the way that we're going to split it up, Abdul and I were talking, luckily for us, we actually had, we have a trophy. And we usually have 2 Master of Pwn jackets that we have developed for the contest. And so we're gonna award Team DevCore with the trophy. We're going to award CompuTest one of the jackets, and OV the other jacket for Master of Pwn this year. And congratulations to those teams. It's not an easy feat to get to. A lot of research has to happen. I mean, in this case, what you had to bring a pre-authentication Exchange RCE, a Zoom exploit that's 0-click, and then also a Microsoft Team exploit. We're not talking about easy stuff here. So, it's good for the teams. Hopefully it'll allow them to submit more into the program, make a little bit more money with the kickers that they get for being a platinum researcher in the ZDI program. And we welcome everybody else to submit into the contest and submit into the program, try to make a little bit of money for themselves.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, our frequent flyer program, our researcher points, we don't have any airport lounges, but we give you extra money. So that's better than an airport lounge to me. I mean, a nice place to sit's one thing. Extra money, though, is always, of course, I got a kid in college, so that does it. So that's great. We were able to split the Master of Pwn 3 ways. This trophy will be headed out to Team DevCore. Again, check them out online. The artist, I'm afraid I'm going to drop it. Put that there.
It's going to be an expensive shipment.
It's going to be expensive to ship. But hey, we're ZDI. We ship stuff all over the place. And actually, Abdul, do you know how many people we have on platinum level this year?
I don't have that right on top of my mind. We have quite a bunch.
But it's a small number, right? We do have a bunch.
Yeah. There's quite a few people that actually make level in the program. There's quite a few people who make levels in the program. It's very difficult to actually make platinum status in the ZDI program. You have to submit quite a few bugs. I think last year we looked at like approximately 10 researchers who made platinum status in the program, and with 3 more coming in from Pwn2Own, it's going to be it's good to see. We want more people to submit into the program. We want more participation in the Pwn2Own contest. It helps secure the ecosystem. It helps push the fences forward, and that's what we're most excited about here.
Yeah, I was really happy to see what I considered new and returning, like they're only on their second one. Manfred Paul, I think this was his second Pwn2Own. Ben McBride, I think it was his second Pwn2Own as well.
So
see
Ben
that
specifically.
Yes, we have people returning.
Can I add something?
Go ahead, Abdul.
Ben. So interesting thing that I want to mention. Congrats, Ben, for your newborn. He basically found his parallels bug a couple of days before his son was born. And he finished the exploit a couple of days after his son was born. So congrats. This is awesome.
Wow. That's amazing. I've had baby brain before, and you can barely function with a newborn, much less write an exploit. So that's great. Ben had a tough draw at Pwn2Own Miami, if I recall correctly. So one of his bugs ended up being a duplicate. So I was glad to see his late draw didn't affect him this contest, and hopefully we'll see him at future contests as well. Same for Manfred Paul. I mean, the guy just shows up and drops Linux EOPs like nobody's business. And Stephen Seeley, yes, I mean that was his second contest too, right?
Yes. Yeah, correct. He actually won Master of Pwn in Pwn2Own Miami.
Right. I was trying to remember if he had been at a different Pwn2Own before Miami. I don't think he had. So yeah, his second Pwn2Own, and still coming in with great research. It's only a partial win this time, but still some great bugs that we get to submit to Microsoft and get fixed. And then, like you said, Alyssa breaking down that wall, being the first independent woman researcher to come and participate. I saw somebody ask online Twitter, is there a fee to register? No, there's no fee to register for Pwn2Own. You just have to be able to run your exploit. There's no registration fee, no extra cost to entry. We try to make the barrier to entry as low as possible. So with that, looking ahead, Pwn2Own Tokyo, have we begun even to think about Pwn2Own Tokyo? Brian, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's always in our mind what we're going to do for the Tokyo event. We've we're kind of waiting to see if we're going to do some sort of hybrid event there, or whether we're going to be full virtual again like we were for this event. We're obviously looking to introduce more IoT devices, and Abdul and I will sit back like we normally do, try to figure out what's going to be the most impactful stuff to include in the contest, what's going to get people excited to be involved, what the prices should be and what the prices shouldn't be, and kind of trying to figure out how we can make it engaging for people to participate. When we did the Tokyo contest from Toronto this last fall, quite challenging. You've got, we're juggling, probably 20 different devices and with random updates and different ways of, running them and, configuring them so that they work properly. So, the Tokyo event takes a lot of logistics to get right. And, we'll definitely be planning early for that one, I think, Abdul.
Yeah, I agree.
You guys don't sound very excited, so sorry.
I'm excited.
It's going to be a great event.
Yeah,
there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that people just don't understand. So go ahead, Abdul.
Yeah, I was going to say every one of these events, they have their own challenges, of course. Running exploits on actual embedded targets and stuff like that definitely have their own challenges as well. In November, we did pull it off. It was nicely done, and I think we can definitely pull it off again.
It's going to be an interesting challenge, and I look forward to seeing what we do, and whether or not we're in front of people or hybrid, or if I'm talking to a camera once more, it should be great. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, I do want to go back a little bit to one exploit from this contest, and that's the zero click from Zoom. We've cleaned up a little of the chatter in it, and we wanted to show kind of the end result of what had happened. So if we've got that video, if we can go ahead and play that, we'll see exactly kind of the user experience towards the end of it. You see there, you just get the join meeting notification, and then Zoom goes away, and that's code execution. So that's pretty neat. And Brian, I know you were talking about how it could be cleaned up even further. But looking at that, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Have we had any updates from Zoom on how fast they're going to be able to fix it? Because I know they're working hard on it.
Yeah, I know that they're heads down right now. I mean, that's one of the things that we had discussed with Adam Rudderman over there at Zoom is, the type of response that people expect from a Pwn2Own contest, and we know that they're going to be heads down, trying to get the patches out to help secure their user base. I mean, that's one of the reasons that they participated and wanted to be involved as a sponsor in the contest. It's to get access to the research that's out there, to get some high quality white papers and really kind of drive their bounty programs forward, and show the type of research that is out there that will help secure their products. So it's I think we'll see an update from them relatively quickly, and everybody will be secure from that vulnerability.
I think so. It's always interesting to see who's able to patch first when we have multiple vendors involved. I guess the race is on. Abdul, do you have any thoughts who's going to get the first patch out?
I would bet on the Google Chrome might actually get things patched pretty quickly.
Yeah, they patch pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Well, that's an interesting point, though, because Google Chrome will patch quickly, but then there's a delay between when Microsoft Edge Chromium and all of the other Chromium-based browsers will pick up that patch too. So that's an interesting little patch gap there that could be very curious for people looking to exploit something.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out. I mean, that's always an interesting thing with the people who are integrating Chromium into their products, like how the patch gap is a real thing. It's a real problem. We've seen that before at Pwn2Own Tokyo with televisions using Chromium and having a significant patch gap there. I think it's an interesting challenge for that community and how they're going to keep up with the latest updates that are coming fast and furious from the Google team and from the Microsoft teams that are also committing code into that project.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as well. Okay, let's wrap things up here for good. Abdul, last thoughts on Pwn2Own 2021?
Yeah, I mean, this was probably one of the biggest Pwn2Owns that we've ever had. Very high caliber exploits, high quality research. Top tier targets have been targeted. Personally, I haven't seen anything like this before. So yeah, this is definitely big. I'm really happy with all the teamwork. Everyone that was able to basically help us, support us. Enrique from Spain, who's been being up all night, helping me out with the disclosures and stuff. So yeah, I really appreciate that. Vincent, KP, everyone on my team, thank you very much. It's been an awesome event so far.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that we are really a globally spread out team. So you had Enrique in Spain, had the folks in Toronto, Vincent, KP, had Simon calling in from Chicago, Europe and Montreal. We're down here in Austin. So it's definitely, did I miss anyone? Did we have anyone else?
From Denmark. Reno was helping us from India. So it's been everyone is all over the place. So yeah, I appreciate everyone's effort. It's been awesome.
Yeah, it really has been great. Brian, what are your final thoughts on the contest for this year?
Yeah, I want to echo what Abdul said. I mean, I think the team did an excellent job running the show. Thanks, Abdul. Thanks, Dustin, for the work that you guys do. Kevin, the magic man in the back of the room, producing the stream for us and making things work for us. Really appreciate all the effort there, and everybody at Trend who helped us put this event together. I also want to thank our sponsors. Tesla, Zoom, VMware, Adobe. It takes a lot to step on the stage here at Pwn2Own and put your products up to the test and actually be involved with the community. And not only be involved, but most of them are putting money on the line, right? So these companies are actively wanting to have people participate in the contest. Otherwise they wouldn't sponsor. And so we want to thank them for sponsoring. They're great partnerships. A lot of these have been going on for many years now. And we only hope to grow those sponsorships in the next years, and try to get more people involved, raise the prize packages based off of the sponsorships that we get, and try to engage more with the community and connect researchers to vendors out there. And I also want to take an opportunity to thank Dragos for putting together the Hall of Fame roundtables and the different streams, and encourage everybody to go register for the CanSec West Conference that's going on this month of April. I know he would appreciate it if people came out and actually participated in the conference in the new virtual world. I know he's putting a lot of work over there to make that happen. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he puts together. He showed me some of the stuff that he's been working on. It's pretty amazing. So thanks to Dragos and everybody involved. It's been a great contest. $1.2 million. It's not every day you get to give that out. That's something that we've been talking about for a long time here in ZDI. Could we ever actually make that happen? And here we sit in 2021, actually making it happen, and securing a lot of software. I mean, this is, like Abdul was saying, probably the most severe bugs that we've ever received in the contest. Pre-auth exchange vulnerabilities in Zoom, and all of these privilege escalations and virtualization escapes. And it's crazy that, we sit here at the end of the event going through 23 entries now, basically all of them being successful for the most part. It's amazing research. A lot of 0 days, brought to the table, a lot of 0 days that will no longer exist here in the next coming weeks. And we thank all the researchers for taking the time. We know that it takes a long time to look at this stuff. We know it takes a lot of specialty, a lot of expertise to put together the exploits. They really are, kind of the state of the art of exploitation here at the contest. A lot of these we'll be talking about, blogging about. Talking about how the exploitation works, what the vulnerabilities look like, how the researchers approached the vulnerability discovery process, and people can learn from it, and I'm happy that the contest is allowing the industry to move forward in that way. So thanks everybody.
Yeah, it does. At the end of the contest, it's one of those things where you do look back and you look at how many people it took to really make it successful. And obviously at $1.2 million awarded, this has been a fantastically successful contest, and it did take everyone, from the participants who spend weeks to months getting their exploits together. It's nerve-wracking. Then you get on the stage and now you're on the clock, literally. And maybe it's a duplicate, maybe it's not, maybe it'll work this time, maybe it won't. They really put themselves out there for it. The vendors stepping up to the plate, sponsoring Tesla, VMware, Adobe, Zoom. That takes a lot as a vendor to step up and say, yeah, I'm going to put my product out there and invite some of the best researchers in the world to have at it. People on the stream, I want to thank you for watching. It's been really interesting. We had chat enabled on YouTube this year, which led to some interesting comments, but some great feedback and some great interactions as well. I changed mics based on some comments, and I was just happy anyone cared to hear and listen. So that was great. For all of the team in Trend Micro, thanks to Brian, thanks to our boss, Mike Gibson, as well, He's the actual person writing a lot of these checks, so I've had to let him out of quarantine now to make those payments. But yeah, that'll happen. And thanks to Trend Micro for actually stepping up and putting out $1.2 million of their own money, along with the sponsors to make this happen. There aren't a lot of companies out there that would put together a contest like this, and it's great to be a part of this, and it's special, and we appreciate that. Brian, anything else before we let these folks go, and then we get to the adult beverage section of the contest?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite parts. Yeah, so no, I'm looking forward to the next event. Thanks for participating, everybody, and we'll see you at the next one.
Yes, thank you everyone for attending and watching and all of the interactions. This is Dustin Childs signing off from Austin with love. Good night, and we'll see you next time.
The Zero Day Initiative is the world's largest vendor-agnostic bug bounty program. Created to encourage the reporting of zero-day vulnerabilities privately to vendors by rewarding security researchers, ZDI is a unique program. It incorporates the global community of independent researchers, augmenting our own internal research organization with additional zero-day vulnerability research and exploit intelligence. ZDI is also a top supplier of bug reports to Microsoft, Adobe, and ICS CERT. Bug reports submitted to the program are first verified by our own Trend Micro researchers. We don't publish any technical details concerning the vulnerability. However, once we confirm it, Trend Micro research creates protection, enabling our customers to mitigate attempts at its abuse. The bug report is also shared with the affected vendor, who has 120 days to produce a security patch to correct the issue. Once the vendor's patch is released, we publish our own advisory with additional details. Our disclosure policy ensures bugs will not be swept under the rug by the vendor. On top of that, as more and more bugs are reported, bonuses and top-up awards increase through a loyalty program similar to frequent flyer miles. Researchers are publicly credited for their work, both by the vendor and by ZDI, unless they choose to remain anonymous. The bounty program and research conducted by ZDI ultimately leads to more secure products, improved customer security, and takes potential weapons out of the hands of would-be attackers. Our annual Pwn2Own hacking competition has resulted in defense-in-depth improvements such as stronger sandboxes, reduced attack surfaces, and vulnerability-specific mitigations in popular web browsers. Without ZDI, many vulnerabilities would continue to remain hidden or be sold on the black market to be used for nefarious purposes. The Zero Day Initiative is a key component in Trend Micro's world-leading insight into vulnerability and exploit intelligence. Trend Micro customers receive protection ahead of a vendor patch to aid in their defense until a fix is available. On average, over 2 months before the vendor issues a patch. That's if the vendor issues a patch at all. ZDI combines its mature bug bounty processes with modern thinking to deliver cutting-edge research and value to the researcher and practitioner communities alike. The work done by the Zero Day Initiative makes the digital world safer for everyone.